Holy shit. You guys have no idea what I had to just go through right now. Holy fuck, why am I talking about... Oh, what? I'm sorry for the random chaos, but dude, I just spilled coffee all over myself. Alright? Give me a fucking break. Holy fuck. Coffee fuck. I guess there's no drink prediction tonight, huh? There's not gonna be a drink prediction, alright? And I'm guessing that somebody raided into us. Calvin's here already. Bo's here too. Hello. Hi, my name is Ao Jimbo, if you don't know it already. I just spilled coffee on myself. That's all you need to know about me. I don't do this often, but it is currently my personality. I'm the guy. I'm that guy that spilled coffee on himself. Calvin also has brown stains on his pants, except his are on the back. Damn, dude. Calvin's got a talent for spilling coffee on the back of his pants. Holy shit. As opposed to me, who shits in front of his pants. Spilled coffee, Jimbo poopied himself? Shut up. Shut up. I did also want to poop, by the way, which I'm not going to be able to do for the next 3 hours. And whose fault is that? Huh? You tell me whose fault that is. Also, Bo said, damn, I want to stay for stream, but I gotta sleep. Tell Jimbo I said he's stinky. I'm not stinky. My coffee's stinky. Oh my god, please go clean it up, homie. I think I'm okay. It was very hot, but it was only little drips. It was little drips. There's not like a huge brown puddle anywhere that I need to sop up. Just leave us here with your guest and go poopies? No, not yet. I can't do that just yet. Hang on, let me see if they're even there yet. Are they even there yet? They're not even there yet. Do they even know where to go? Charmii says, be in a sec. Food almost done. And Calvin hasn't talked to me since like 4 days ago. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. The link is busted? No fucking way. The link is not busted. Let me fix this. I don't think it's the link that's busted. I think it's the person that's busted. And by that, I mean, I haven't given you the correct permissions. I think I need to give you permissions to connect and speak, because that's pretty important. There, and then Calvin, let me give you permission to speak as well. Where are you? Does Calvin even exist? I clicked Jimbo. Why would you click me? Okay, try it again. Try it again. Try the link again, Charmii. Let me know if that works. By the way, people, hello. We're doing portfolio reviews today. It's gonna be illustrations this time. It's gonna be the last of our portfolio reviews. I'm very happy about that, by the way, because this has been a long time. This has been a long time coming. Wall of links, I know. Ty was very thorough. All right, let's just say that. Last day, then new prompt. Yeah, I'll give you guys your new prompt on Saturday, okay? Once Saturday rolls around, we'll have a new prompt for you. I haven't exactly decided what it was. It's between a few things. I'm so mad I wasn't able to get anything done for it. Dude, these portfolio reviews have been so good. They're fucking stellar. And you know what? I did not expect this amount of attention from the actual critiquers. I feel like I feel like it's an amount of attention that you can't really get from people that are, say, like, I got someone who I didn't really know, right? Some random dude off of YouTube that's really good at painting or something. I feel like they wouldn't give this more in-depth analysis of the pieces because, first of all, maybe they're like, I don't know, they don't know me personally, so why would they put in the effort, right? Understandable. You know, but also maybe like they've got like I gotta go, you know, my wife and kids are waiting for me to get bread on the table. So I gotta get out of here. I got a jet, and it's only been like 30 minutes. And everybody got like a 30-second crit. You know, I think a 10-minute crit is actually pretty damn good. all things considered. So, and tonight, by the way, yes, we are going with the 10-minute rule again. Each prompt, or rather, each portfolio is going to be 10 minutes worth of review / critique. And we have 13 of them to go over today, alright? So we're going to try to be as to the clock as possible, even more so than we were on Tuesday. Wrong Charmii tie. Also, I'm guessing the link is still broken. Is the link still broken? By the way, Blueberry Jams, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate that. Resh, thank you for the follow 10 minutes ago. Thank you, thank you. No, I'm in? What? I don't see you anywhere. Wait, what do you mean you're in? Where did you go? Are you, like, somewhere else in the Charmii-verse? Where are you? Are you going through your canon event right now? What's fucking happening right now? You sent me here? I don't know. I think I asked the worst question. Y'all have terrible sleep schedules, you monsters. Oh, you're talking about the question from the Question of the Day channel. I don't see you anywhere, Charmii. What? Hang on, I'll join. Oh, there you are. Wait, why was I not able to? Well, Calvin's here. I see Calvin in there. I don't see you. Calvin was muted. He's still muted. I'm not even sure if he knew that I came in. Which Earth did you send her to? I don't keep count. I don't know. Where the fuck? Oh, there you are. I see you now. Okay, you're good. I think we're good. We're good. So obviously, no drink prediction. I am drinking coffee today because I need it. Holy fuck, I need it. It's been a crazy week of overtime for me personally. So I'm not gonna complain too much about it. You already know my schedule. It's been a crazy week of overtime, and all the time that I've been off of work, I've been trying to just relax and take it easy. Play a few games of ARAM, or maybe a few hundred games. He has brown bean dirt water, and I love it. But yeah, Ty, you've got the right Charmii now, I'm sure. Did I get the wrong Charmii? There's no way I got the wrong Charmii. Jimbo, on that note, I am preparing for AX. Quick question, is 20 prints per design good for an artist table? That really depends. It's so hard to answer that, BN Motive. It's so hard to answer that. Don't make me answer that. I would say, like, yeah, 20 prints sounds good. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck your numbers are. How am I supposed to make that business decision? Dude, you're asking me about your business as if, like, dude, what if I said no? No. Just print 50 of each of them. And then you end up, like, selling 2 of each. Which, by the way, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think you're gonna sell more than 2. I'm just saying. Like, what if I make you, like, what if I run you out of house and home? I've never done this. Look, my first con was AX2. Deal with it. I'm kidding, by the way. I don't mean to say that in, like, the meanest way possible, but, you know, there's no idea. I have no idea. I think 20 prints sounds about right, but you might have to reprint some. No idea. Personally, I've found that certain prints are more successful than the others, depending on which con you're at, and depending who you are. Like, there is no way that I can say for certain what's going to do well for you. That's going to be like a whole... Dude, you're going to have to hire me for that. You're going to have to hire me on as a consultant, which I'm not even open in the business for. True, I need to find out. No worries. Yeah. Just make sure that you have some print places in mind for when you eventually do run out. That I can give you in terms of advice. I don't know how much you need to print right off the bat, but having a print place that works on the weekend of Anime Expo, you know, on speed dial, and knowing their hours so that you can go and pick your stuff up in an optimal manner is probably the best advice I could give you for a convention. always know where the local print shop is that is going to be running and how their quality is and stuff like that. Like that is a good, that's a good thing to know. I'm gonna bring my own printer. You're fucking crazy. Not claimed my name, bought free. Hell yeah. Charmie's gonna be XX_CH4M11_XX on Discord. Charmii, dude. You didn't even spell it right. You wrote Charmii, Pichu. Dude, I'm so glad I claimed my name. I'm so glad I claimed my name because if I wasn't able to claim my name, Ayo Jimbo, the way that I spell it, I would have to change everything. I would have to throw away all my business cards. I would have to get a new domain name. God. Discord really came out here and was like, you know what? We're gonna rebrand you for you. But we're gonna roll the dice on that. Let's see if you get rebranded. Let's see if you're the next to get rebranded. Spelling is hard, Jimbo. I got like -3 brain cells. Well, then that means that you owe somebody brain cells. Change your license. Gotta change my fucking license. I gotta go up to my mom and be like, look, Discord told me I gotta change my name. I get slapped. It wouldn't have been a fun week for me. But yeah, people, hey, we're gonna look over these in a quick second. I'm gonna give it maybe another 5 minutes. We're gonna look over Calvin's and Charmie's I wouldn't say portfolios, but some of their socials first, just to get a good grasp of what they do and what they're capable of, which is a lot. And then we're gonna go straight into it, okay? Hopefully by the 30-minute mark, I'll be able to do that. Dude, right, I thought I would lose Mr. Fancy Snail. That's a pretty hard one to keep a hold of. A lot, huh? Yeah, a lot of nothing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Why would I have you on? By the way, people, if you didn't know, Calvin used to teach as well. I feel like Calvin and I literally, we literally went on the same plot line in this strange game that we call life, because I literally was in the same, I was in the same position as Calvin. But I'll let you guys figure that out as we go into our characters' backstories here in just a second. Thankfully, no one took Habimare. You're the first one of your kind, Hobby. You're saying that like Habimare is like something that so many people. I've only seen one of you, is what I'm saying. Which, you know, is a little bit of security on your part. Soulmates. First of his name. Different universes, same paper mache fish. You know, we just use different, we just were born of different, with different heads. That's it. V still doesn't have a username, so if anyone wants V Gamer 101, you can literally, wait, is it possible to make a new Discord account just so that you can grief someone and take their name and charge them an exorbitant amount of money for it? Is that possible? Because I think I just found a new business venture. Because if that's possible, what the fuck am I making art for? I could just take some public persona's name. Like if I just took, oh, I don't know, Zendaya or something. And I'm like, hey, look what I got. I dangle in front of her DMs. Hey. You want this Discord name or what? Jimbo taking heads and names now. I got Blueberry Jam on Discord. I'm not sure how impressive that is. That's actually pretty impressive. We're back gonna find out. Thank you, Lady Soja. I swear I'll share a cut with you if this actually ends up happening. See you in prison. Is it though? Is it a crime? I don't think it's a crime. I don't think it's a crime to sell people accounts of things. People do it in WoW all the time. I have an alt and I have claimed a name that I do indeed like. You monster. This message right here, officer. Yes, go on. So extortion? It's not extortion. It's not extortion. I'm not threatening them. I'm just telling them, hey, do you want this name or not? Like, or do you want to put official in front of yours? You know? That's all. That's all. And it's not like it's an amount of money that they won't be able to afford. I got a 4-character name. Is it fuck? Because that is the most valuable name. You can sell that for a lot. That's going to go on the market for so much money. I'm going to steal V's name if I get it first. Either you buy Zendaya from me or I start posting. Pay up or else. Look, okay, Calvin, now you're putting yourself in a pickle. Now you've done it. That's how you get yourself... That's a fast track to Bar Town. Already taken, Sag. A good day to you and everyone in chat. Nami, thank you for the resub for 15 months. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Oh my god, I can change my alt now? Ugh. Stop. People need to stop changing their fucking names. Alright? Have some grit. Bartown? Strip club? It could be. It could be. Say something now if you don't want me to be VGamer 101. Lily, thank you for the 19 months. I can't believe it's only been 19 months for Lily. Lily, I feel like you've been here for like eons. By the way, I need something to drink, so if you guys want to redeem some crit water, I would love to get some of this coffee in my system right before I get into the VC with my good friends Charmii and Calvin. Lol, I'm old enough to have been here eons. Yes, that's exactly what I meant by that. Mockbox, thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy shit, Mockbox. Thank you for the generosity. And, you know, the rest of you as well. You know, Lily and Nami. You guys don't have to sub when you come by, but I really appreciate it. Even though you don't have to. Got some crit water from Lenoir, Hero of Zoe, Lady Soja, and French Shorts. Cheers. I'm gonna take a sip of this coffee. Hopefully it kicks in before I get into VC. My teeth feel weird. It's because they're falling off. I think I clenched them too long. Oh. Ooh. Don't tell me that. You're gonna give me nightmares. Alright, you guys ready? You guys ready to receive Charmii and Calvin with open arms over here? We got a manual breathing sequence from Hobby. Do I make Calvin and Charmii do it with me? I know Charmii's still in chat. I know Charmii's gonna type some shit like, no. But you know, you're breathing already. You might as well just move yourself a little closer to the mic so we can all hear it. No, I will not fuck you. I need Manuel's breathing sequence, dude. We need Calvin's Manuel breathing. Does he call it breathing sequence as well? I don't remember. I'm ready for whatever happens next. All right, people. I'm going in. I'm saying hi. All right. I hope that we can hear them. Let me pull up my mixer just in case. Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up a little bit because it usually goes a little quieter. Okay. Oh, I also need the applause. Hang on. Need the applause sound because I still haven't set up my stream deck. Applause sound. Jibbo do the snap banana thing again? No. You. Alright, ready? We're going in. Hello.
Howdy.
Holy fuck, you're loud. Hang on. Why are there 3 of you? Hello?
Hello?
Wait, okay, let me let me turn this up. Why is Calvin so damn loud? Hang on. I gotta do some audio balancing. Can you guys like count to like 15?
Right now?
1, 2,
3,
3,
no, 4,
4,
5,
5,
This is
Six.
actually really helpful.
6,
7,
7.
8,
I should get everybody to do this.
9,
I'm gonna forget how to count. 10,
11,
11,
I wouldn't be
12,
surprised.
13,
13,
14, 15.
15.
Oh, wait, don't do that.
What?
You just yelled all of a sudden. Now I gotta rebalance it.
I'm
Holy
sorry. I'm sorry.
Charmii.
I'm sorry.
140%. To hell with you. There you go. Whoa, dude, I should be better about like setting up because here we
It was
go.
pretty last minute, kind of. Right?
Yeah. It's all good. Hang on, let me put you guys right here next to me. All right, you guys want to introduce yourselves to my chat who don't know who you are at all because I've never talked about you.
Calvin, go ahead.
I just wanted to say one thing first.
Oh,
Does
yeah,
your
go for
chat know that you racially segregate your guest?
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Seems
No.
very interesting that the two black Twitch streamers are on here at the same time.
Well, maybe you guys shouldn't have segregated yourselves into doing illustrations.
Do you guys see your streamer?
Look, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Wow.
I'll introduce myself.
Yeah,
I'll
go
normalize
for it.
this.
Thank you.
I'm Calvin. I'm an art Twitch streamer person, and I do like freelance art, sell prints, and any random thing to network some kind of money. So
He also kind of streams, kind of, you know.
yeah.
I don't like
stream
every day.
every day.
I can't believe you've kept that up for this long, dude.
Yeah, I'm about to quit. I'm kidding. Yeah, it's great.
Next.
Hi. I'm Charmii. I am not freelance. I do not have the same privilege as Calvin here, but I do regularly. Well, I guess now, am getting more into cons, so I can do that full time. I mainly, make art, smile. I stream 3 days a week, and I got a YouTube. That's a thing. Yeah, so not as established as these two gentlemen here, but hey, we do the thing.
What does that even mean?
Exactly what I said, Jimbo.
What does it even mean to be established? Kicks rocks.
Oh, well, whatever. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I'm still trying to audio balance you guys like on the side because people just can't shut up about how quiet you guys are.
They're complaining about Calvin being quiet. If I turn
Yeah.
up my gain anymore, you're gonna have to readjust again. So
I think it's because Calvin's like he's post stream Calvin right now. You know.
What do you? I'm
no,
like I'm in front of my mic.
He's post stream. Like I feel it, dude. It's okay. It's post stream Calvin. Like you're like your blood is not it's not boiling at a high enough temperature for your
All right, let me
voice to be
sit in a
loud.
pot of water. Hold on.
Calvin, don't do it. I'm just baiting you to become tuna food. Don't do it. You're gonna become.
too late.
Oh. I guess we're just gonna have.
It might be like
Charmii
a
on.
Discord thing too.
It could be, yeah.
Just in general.
Could be. Dude, it's fucking hot over here. Alright, guys. So, you guys want to talk about like illustration, how you guys got in? Like just just a little quick tidbit about yourselves before we move on to the actual portfolios. Also, I'm gonna pull up your if you're okay with it, for Calvin, I'll pull up your Twitter. I did scroll down a little bit to make sure that you don't have any NSFW, but I did remember
illegal
that.
activity.
Yeah, you.
Pretty sure it's pretty safe.
Yeah, you've been good about it. You've been very good
I've
boy about it.
separated my.
Yes.
I have my not safe for work Twitter now.
Yeah, that's super smart. Actually, I think that's much better. But yeah, if anybody wants to start and talk about how they got into this line of work, be my guest, literally.
Charmii, you go first.
Why? Why? Jimbo's pulling up your stuff. Makes sense, right? Calvin.
Damn. So I'm first.
Yeah, you're first. Yeah.
Shit.
Hey, Charmii.
What? Oh.
What? Oh, get fucked.
Damn. I hate intros. Okay. Well, how I got into art. Oh boy. That's kind of loaded. Well, not really, not really. Unlike most people, I guess, I did not start drawing at the ripe age of 3. I didn't really. I would say I started in elementary school. No, middle school. But I've always been interested in art. And it really wasn't until I think I got to high school is when I really start to cultivate that desire to just draw. And everything, yeah, I mean, oh god, I really hate this. Everything that I've done up until now really has been non-formal, like not going to an art school or anything, especially when digital art.
Hello.
Hello?
Charmii died.
What?
Yeah, you.
What happened? What happened?
Did it
I'm
mute?
here.
Okay, you're good. Okay, all right, you're good.
What? Yeah.
Okay.
When did I drop off?
When you said especially when digital art, and then it kind of cut off.
Oh, okay.
I'm paying attention.
No, okay. I was like, wait, what happened? Yeah. So around the time digital art really became like like a super big thing, there weren't a lot of tutorials, and when artists were showing things, it was pretty gatekeepy, or they didn't really how do I say uh they weren't very open about a lot of the tools and skill sets that they have now. So I had to do a lot of digging. And then I would say probably around 2010 is when things really started to I guess take flight for me in a sense of my artistic journey, not like work related or anything like that. Um I think I was on and off throughout high school, so I wasn't very consistent, and I had to forgive my younger self for that. But things were happening at that time, and so once I graduated high school, that's when I was really looking at what I wanted to do with my art journey. And I really started to take a deep dive into things that interested me. Um, and I would say before I knew what anime really was, things like Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball, um, Studio Ghibli, and Final Fantasy are essentially what thwarted me into this direction. I originally wanted to be a game designer, and then I realized how much I enjoyed characters, and I switched my direction. And I would say about 2018, which is relatively new, is really when I was like, yeah, no, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And I just been practicing my little butt cheeks off every day. And now I'm here. I'm here now. So yeah.
Nice,
Not super
nice.
interesting, but
No, I think it doesn't have to be like this amazingly like epic, like journey to becoming an artist. Like I feel like most people's paths are quite mundane and like they take years, right? And it's full of like little realizations too, right? It's not like one day you just like have an epiphany and like you drop everything and go be an artist. It's like little tiny things that make you realize like, oh, okay, I can't really do anything else. Because either like I feel like I'm not cut out for other things, or I am cut out for it, but not something that I want to do for life. Or maybe it's more like you want art in your life as well as whatever else you're doing, you know?
Right,
So it's
right.
different for everybody. And yeah, like I've had the pleasure of watching you grow in the past 3 years, and it's freaking crazy. We both started with wanting to get into like fantasy illustrations, so we had that in line.
Mm-hmm,
um
mm-hmm.
and yeah, your painting's only gotten like better from then on, so it's crazy to see you like flourish.
Oh, thank you, Jimbo.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, now that we've got all the wholesomeness out of the way, can we look at Calvin's portfolio?
Oh, okay.
All right, let's
So I
let's
gotta
start with you, Calvin.
drop my epic intro. I'm waiting for the art to show. I have an Instagram too.
You
That
want
might
Instagram instead?
be more. It might be easier to browse, I guess,
Okay, I'm
because
gonna
I
have
do retweeting like crazy,
to pull it up
or
again.
just reposting my own shit.
Wait, hang on. Where are you again? Oh yeah, wait, no, here I got it.
Oh my god, it's like 70,000. Oh, you set that up. Okay, okay.
There you go. All right.
That's a lot of work.
Oh, hang on. You know what? I should share this with you guys so you guys can see it in real time instead of having to watch my
Uh,
stream. You know, God forbid. There you go. I hope I'm got that going.
Yeah, that's good. Because
Okay, great.
yeah.
awesome. And I can like mute too, so I can.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
That's literally what I
Bermuda.
had to do.
I'll get confused hearing multiple voices. So, was it my introduction or my story?
Yeah, it could be whichever.
It starts in the Atlantic Ocean, born of the sea. A bluefin tuna arises out of 1,000 brothers and sisters. I'm kidding.
No, keep it up.
Just I was just a New Jersey fella. I was always drawing, like my whole life. I've been drawing. I don't know anything about being like a professional artist for like the forever longest time. Probably about like 25 years of my life almost. I went to college as a fine artist, but I didn't know why. Like guidance counselors would tell you, like, yeah, that'll be the thing you spend thousands of dollars on. And I was like, okay, sure. So, went to college, failed, dropped out, kept drawing on the side and stuff. Still not really having a direction. Um, Seeing other artists like work professionally, but I didn't know like how they made money. They would do commissions. So I would be like, okay, commissions is the thing, and then I would just whore myself out for like nickels and dimes doing commissions for forever, as I had full-time jobs on the side, thinking like eventually I'll be good enough to do this for a living. But it turns out, with proper knowledge, I was essentially always good enough. Um, it's just a big thing about, successfully marketing yourself and, making the right friends, making sure people know who you are. So around when COVID hit, which is, about 3 years ago, 2020, I forgot. I should know because it's like such a big turning point. But yeah, around 2020 hits, and I was starting to feel like a weird pain in my hand working at like a warehouse. And I was like, if I'm going to injure myself doing anything, it's not going to be this bullshit for a company that doesn't care about me. So I just straight up quit, and I was like, I'm just gonna, full go into this. And I remember, because at the time I was staying with family, and then they were like, yeah, I'm gonna need this much money every month. I'm gonna need the same money that you're paying me every month, which is like close to 2 grand. And I didn't fucking have 2,000. I had savings. I couldn't pay for it, but I was like, you know what, dude, I'm gonna be so sick at this thing. And it wasn't, dude. It was like the worst, rockiest road ever. And it's not anymore. I've found the consistency, but like, I guess if anyone's in a similar situation, uh, it's a building your wings on the way down kind of thing. And it might not work, but I think it will and can eventually work with like enough crazy consistency. But yeah, it pretty much tied up into where I am now, which is still doing the same hustle, just doing works, trying to sell prints, trying to sell myself, not as a prostitute, but like as a individual, so people will be invested in, I guess, my story to want to invest in me and stuff.
Not
But
as a prostitute, really?
that's it. No, I've drawn some interesting things for money, but I haven't done anything with my body for money, not yet.
Hasn't gone that dire, huh?
Nah, thank goodness. But yeah, that's it.
Nice. Yeah, but like it takes like all avenues, like especially the way that you're doing it. It's like what you said, it's like knowing or people knowing you, um, and getting yourself out there. That's like the hardest part, I think. Like the art is
Yeah.
the art itself is like not even it becomes kind of secondary to the rest of the things that you're trying to do.
Yeah, you don't get to learn that. You just have to. That's what you figure out,
Yeah.
And you would look in other directions and get jealous, and you're like, "Why the fuck is this person doing whatever and I'm not?" But in reality, they're just better at doing the other thing,
Mhm.
at being the person
Being
that
consistent.
people want to keep up with. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, like it takes all avenues. Like you're doing commissions, like prints, and Twitch obviously, and you found like a good balance, and which is why I wanted to get you on here because yeah, it may seem like on the surface it's like yeah, you got like your boat floating, but at the same time it's like there's so much that needs to be done behind the scenes. Like there's a constant hole in your boat and you got to keep like working to keep it afloat.
So many holes.
So many holes.
The smallest bucket.
Yeah, I'm sure. But yeah, I'm glad that you guys are here with us today, and I'm gonna go and pull up our first portfolio for review, and that's gonna be Daft Draugrs. If there's anything else that you guys need to do, like get water, go to the bathroom or something, like now's the time, because we have 13 of these things. I'm gonna start timing them too.
Good.
You good? Okay.
Yeah, I got water. Yeah.
Great. And here is Daft Draugrs' portfolio. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. I don't know if you guys took a look at it beforehand, in the links that I sent you guys, but if not, that's okay too. I can just scroll through this real quick, and then we can just give some notes on illustration and painting in particular. That's what people signed up for today for. But yeah, if you guys wanted to comment on anything, Daft Draugr has been in this community for a little while, and she does a lot of dark fantasy stuff, as we can see, and a lot of portraits. I'm gonna start this timer.
Yeah, unlike Calvin.
Unlike Calvin. I know, where's Calvin's... Calvin, where's your Dark Souls Elden Ring shit?
It's a top secret art stash.
It's in the NSFW one.
Yeah. It's in my Patreon.
Wow.
Check it out.
Come on, the timer's starting. Come on.
Oh,
Don't waste these people's
you
time.
You started it. All right, you.
Oh wait. Oh shit. Wait. Hang on. We're gonna not do this one yet because they asked to be near the end. My bad. Let me reset.
Wow.
I forgot. Here, we're doing this one.
Streamer.
Okay, this one is. I don't stream. Okay, this one is biotoxic, and I'm gonna start it now. There we go.
Okay.
So we can look over this one. Lots of dark stuff here as well. Very eerie.
Yeah.
There's a little.
It's almost like they're a viewer of yours,
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I had the chance to go through some of the portfolios, and I think I remember coming across this one too. Okay, when I initially do like reviews or anything, I always like to point out the good first, because I think that's important. People have to know what they're doing right, rather than always having the perception like, oh, how can I improve, and not realize their strengths. Something that I saw throughout this entire portfolio is mood, and in an atmosphere that I think is captured really well throughout all of these pieces, and it creates this sense of unity, and you feel that even if they are not exactly the same subject matter, or even if it's something that's a bit brighter, you can still see this fluidity throughout each of the pieces, and I find that to be something.
Oh,
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know what happened.
All good.
I was saying, oh yeah, I find that consistency is a difficult thing for artists to do, and in this portfolio, this is so well done. So I want to say hats off to you first of all, and know that keep doing this. Keep doing this. I guess what in particular?
They're 17 years old. Oh my god.
17. I take everything back.
I didn't even know that.
What the fuck? I'm on their. I just went to their
Oh, you're
about section.
About section.
Because I like to see if like what their intentions are, so I don't like say anything that's gonna like move them away from what they want.
Yeah.
I take it back.
But Jesus Christ.
That's pretty
Wow,
insane.
17.
Maybe they mistyped one. It was supposed to be a 2, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna choose
27.
27.
27.
Cool.
Yeah.
Grandpa coming through.
Anyway, they had like I told everybody to do a little short write-up, so I can read this out loud, and that might help us guide our critique. Hello, my name is Biotoxic, sick for short. This portfolio is a showcase of my favorite pieces. I put the style I'm going for as dark art and dreamlike semi-realistic illustration. Instagram feed is my huge source of inspiration. I also just mostly draw what I'm feeling like. I want to make a career out of doing art, but still clueless on what avenue I really want to pursue. The area in which I feel like my strongest is rendering. I feel weakest in composition and poses. Other than that, I have no idea what I'm doing. What area should I improve other than the aforementioned weaknesses? That is what they said. I can go and link this to you as well if you guys want to see it.
Yeah. I beg to differ. I don't think your compositions are weak like you think they are. Especially in these top 4. Jimbo, scroll back up really quick. Yeah, these are amazing. I am not sure at I guess and if you're here or not, this is just a food for thought type of thing. I guess my question to you would be, as far as composition goes, what are you emulating? Like what is it that you are wanting to have your viewers experience throughout your piece? And a lot of the time that kind of helps thwart your illustrations forward, because you are giving your viewers a visual journey throughout your pieces. And I don't know, I feel that in these. I don't necessarily see less of a I don't really see that as a weakness. I guess I could say something that you could potentially improve on is, with the exception of this Psy piece on the far right, which is fantastic, you could play with your values a little bit more. And much like how you did in this, translate that into the rest of your work. You have these nice melancholic, ethereal, like dark. Oh my god, it's I just feel like I'm getting sucked into some creepy world in the best way. And you could translate these stark contrast values into the rest of your pieces. That's what I would say for that. And your rendering, yeah, you got that down back, so you're definitely strong there. So we're not even gonna touch on that. I don't know, Calvin. Do you have any thoughts?
I was gonna say like maybe there could be like a little bit more dimension. I think some of the pieces are super strong in telling that, but I think other pieces, you don't push it maybe as much as you could. When I look at Psy, for example, like you can maybe push certain planes further back, like his shoulder that's farthest away from the light source, for example, just to like really get people to like dive into the piece instead of like stopping them at the front. You know what I mean? Like you stop them in this white figure, and then like you also kind of have like the leaves in the background pretty strongly saturated, so there's like, you might be killing the mystery a little bit. It's still like there, it's obviously super strong, but I'm thinking like you can push that much more. And the same thing with the Among Us piece. You have kind of like every single one of these creatures flying, sharing the same level of the same kind of like light level and stuff like that. So it doesn't really give you this like scale and distance between each figure. I know you're working with very dark colors and stuff like that, but if you're keeping this vibe, you can like really like almost like the creatures in the back can be almost like completely pitch black away from anything that's happening in the front. Like even like you have it in like the bottom right, there's like these two little figures that are doing exactly what I'm talking about. Like you can just keep pushing that a little bit more, but like because of your style, it's such a subtle balance that you have to play with. You have to be really careful with it. But I would say like study like a lot of old films and find like individual compositions in those movies you like. Because even though you think movies like they're moving, I'm sure if you know anything about cinematography, like just kind of like stop a frame that you've kind of been like attracted to, and then see why that particular frame works and see how that director is telling the audience the information that the audience needs to know. Because you're doing that already like a lot, but just to push it more, just like you just have to study and look at more imagery of stuff like that. But that's all for me.
Completely agree. Like they're already doing it right here where these leaves are. I think like it really is just that little tiny bit more where if you were to darken certain ones of these bats, like be very selective which ones you're doing, based on size, because that's just relative to how close they are to the camera. I think that would really invoke a sense of depth and immerse you a lot more than if it was just all the same values, because I can see in each of these 5 bats that they all have the same range of value, relatively. So if you were to darken certain ones of these, or maybe even give a little hint of something in the background, like what you did with Psy back here, like just to give it that little sense of depth, that would be spectacular. I think one thing too is I used to work from dark like this, and I realized that by working from dark like this, my greatest weakness is these pieces. So when everything has to be out in the daylight and everything has to be textured and taken into account, that's where I'm weakest. And I also see this piece within this whole portfolio as probably the weakest link. Not because it's a bad piece, but it's because I can see that it can be so much better because of the way that things can be saturated in this kind of a setting. Even if you wanted to keep it eerie during the daylight, there are ways of doing that without having to desaturate the entire piece. That's something that I've noticed too. I actually really like this heart band-aid one too. Just something about this is very it's chilling, but also at the same time
incredible.
Yeah, it's like so I love the bandaging as well, like the way that everything's laying over. It doesn't look like it's just bandaging. It's almost like spider silk or something. There's a lot of like texturing going on here and subtle storytelling that's happening. And I think that's a good way to do lit backgrounds, to keep things monotone. If you want to keep it in a horror theme, you can use that color to guide the mood of the piece, rather than something like this where it's like there's a lot more color going on. and that might detract from the overall mood of the piece. But that's 10 minutes, people. And if there's anything that else that you wanted to say about Biotoxic's work, now's your chance before we move on.
Yeah, I have just a last thought. It's again with composition. Be careful with your how you like play with your lines. I guess what I mean by that, I don't know the technical words, but for example, when I look at Reverie, the sunlight and the figure share the same level. So it makes you not want to adventure around the canvas. You're going to look left, right, and then you're done. You would either need a way to make the viewer go around, or maybe like raise the sun and make the beam of light do a different direction. There's like a couple of your pieces have that issue. Like in Psy, you have the plant that's very well illuminated, and it's sharing the same exact line as the head of the figure. So when you are like, I'm not saying this is like something that you have to do 100%, but it's just something that is the viewer unconsciously realizes or processes in a certain way. So if you were to move like that plant on the right to like above where you have that little tiny chunk of plant, it'll make the viewer potentially ride up the canvas instead of going from like left to right and then stopping at the corner of the canvas, because your objective is always to make sure your viewer is like looking everywhere, and you want to keep pushing them in these various directions. And bugging the dragonfly, you have a really big dragonfly bug, and then you have the dragonfly head figure, and they're both like within that same very small area, so the viewer doesn't really explore beyond that middle piece. The lighting helps on the left side, but that's just a small thing, because I don't think you even do that. I'm like nitpicking because I think you still handle all this stuff very delicately and pretty well, but just something to maybe be aware of.
I definitely see that as well. Like, there are certain little things like putting this light, instead of it being more left centric here, you could be on this side so you can light up the dragonfly a little bit more, because that's the storytelling, like right here. You don't really need it so much on this side. You can still have light on this side, but maybe even reverse the intensity of the light so that the center of the light, or the source of the light, is a little more to the right, and therefore it would allow us to see what this is. Because at first glance, when I was looking at this, I couldn't really figure out what it was. I think something that's very powerful about horror imagery is that it's that shock value of when you first see the monster, or when you get a glimpse of whatever it is that's lurking in the darkness. And that's why I think Psy is so evocative, right? It's like you just flash your flashlight at this thing that was standing there sniffing the leaves. So I think that little caught moment of when the light just shines over this shoulder here, catching the dragonfly, so it tells us explicitly that this king of the fairies is disintegrating into dragonflies. I think that would be, the icing on the cake. So yeah.
Yeah. Charmii?
What am I gonna say after that?
I was just like last thoughts.
All right, applause is going out.
What am I gonna say?
Good stuff from Biotoxic. We're gonna move on from this one. I really like this work because it's horror. I love horror. So the way that everything is executed is just incredible. All right, next 17 by the way. Next we have Dizalzer, and let me go and reset the timer here, and starting it up, and we'll go and look at Dizalzer's a little right up here. Hi, I'm Dizalzer, and that's my art station where I post artworks I believe to be of better quality than the rest of my works. Although most of them more resemble splash art, I ultimately want to go more into general illustration and key art direction. Also, I want money, lots and lots of money, really, really fast. Who doesn't? My biggest inspirations are Sergei Kolezov, Ivan, lots of Slavic names I can't really pronounce. So there's that. I'm aiming to rise to the level, and comparable level of skill and creativity is what I strive for. I'm not completely decided on what my art career path will be, but I'm ultimately open to all of them and will try myself out in concept art, illustration, 3D modeling, and sculpting, or maybe commissions. It seems like, you know, they're a little meandering because they don't really know what they want to do in the end. They just want to make money. To be honest, I don't particularly feel strong in any areas. I have no confidence in any of them, and they all require heavy amounts of work to get to a level that I'll be satisfied with. My questions are, what are the areas you immediately see are lacking? What to improve? Also, what's the fastest way of starting earning income off of my art that you can suggest? And I'll go and link this to you guys too as you put your thoughts together.
Making money, Monka. Good luck.
Yeah, I literally.
Lamau.
Well, okay, you might not like this answer. Regarding the money situation, that takes time. And for that to happen, it's important to. I'm not saying you're limited by any direction, but it helps to start somewhere. Whether that is doing character illustrations, if you're going to do concept art, if you are going to focus on visual development, picking a focus in the beginning helps set a path of where you can go, and then you can start branching out into more skill sets that will allow you to make an additional income. I think generally Calvin might be better at answering this than I, because he's doing it. he's
What
he's
the?
I'm serious. I still work a day job, right? I'm not full time yet. I myself am still, like, gaining the ropes and learning the how to get there. But in my experience, since I can say we're probably in a similar space, I would highly recommend picking at least two to start. At least two things that you're like, okay, these are the two areas that I can work in, and you can build your portfolio based off of that. I'm gonna keep looking through your portfolio to just make some extra mental notes for some critique, just from some things that I am already seeing. I need minutes to think. So, Calvin, here you go.
I guess a venue that you can potentially choose to make money. When I look at your portfolio, like some of these creature designs and stuff like that, there's a lot of like websites where people are literally like begging to like get artists to work on projects for them. Of course, like you have to like hustle and bustle and find those people, and then like, give them your portfolio. It's a lot of like you putting your foot like in the right doors and just showing what you're good at, and also knowing what you're good at. So like I'm only pointing right now at the creature design stuff. So like there's a lot of forums for, like, for example, board game people that are like creating board games, or like I guess tabletop games that are looking for like various kinds of art, that you can like go into those forums and like find people that might be interested in, or might be looking for a particular style, or maybe you see something that's advertised where you can cater to that style with the work you do, because you do have like a tone for your stuff, but you also have a variety within all the stuff that I'm looking at. Like when I look at Plant Monster and John I, like things like that, and you can totally even have the corpo non-corpus with the robot on a conveyor belt looking piece. These are all things that could be used by people that work on these like high concept projects that want to have like the artwork to represent their aesthetic. And even though you do have like some miles and miles to go before you hit to your goals of like the artists you idolize, I'm not saying miles because like you're bad. I mean like everyone has fucking miles to go, but everyone's you can I guess build up and get your experience by doing these little projects from people that maybe aren't as experienced when it comes to like art direction. Not to sound like a scumbag, but you said make money, so you just put the shit that you think is strong in front of them and be like, hey, I can be the guy that does the thing that you're looking for, because this stuff is sick, and it's like conceptually strong, and you can like, this can be the kind of stuff where people are like, holy fuck, I can use this and it can help me promote my project or my story or my indie game. So you just have to look for it though. Look for Kickstarters that are just starting off and see if they need artists. There's all these kind of like crowdfunding services and people that are looking for stuff. You might have to be a little annoying, but don't like DM people, but I mean like, just like really look for it and make sure people know what you can do. But that's my big advice. Like if you want to start making money immediately, as far as like skill wise, I guess keep studying your composition and your concept art, because you really do have something there when I look at like some of these pieces and how you tell stories in these pieces. Like you have the art prompt one, you have the corpo non-corpus, even this cheese guy, this fro mage, John I, all these pig pieces in that like chunk. That's like some strong concept art stuff that tells a nice little story. I can see this shit promoting some like weird indie game or something like that, or a weird like gothic horror like project or something. But yeah,
I'd agree. And what was I gonna say? The cheese one and the what is it? Hold on. I opened it up.
They asked a question. Pitiful Doombot. I think they asked a question related to what you said, Charmii. I'll read it for you. Is this to say that this current portfolio is trying to tackle too many styles? Sorry for misunderstanding. I don't know if this is their portfolio. I don't know if they're just asking.
I guess just to answer the question, I don't know if this is your portfolio or not. But no, it's not that this is too many styles. It was just based off of the description that was given of the direction that they wanted to go, and I was just answering it based off that. A couple of pieces that are within this portfolio that I think can go in multiple directions are the styles that I'm seeing is very akin to either like Magic the Gathering type stuff, like this plant monster here at the bottom. Absolutely could be a magic card. But then I see the John I and the cheese one could totally be like a splash art, right? It could be that type of promotional illustration that you typically see at like Riot or anything like that. And then at the top you have a page that has character design on it, the second one. And when I clicked on that and I see how it's laid out, you have your silhouettes, you have this turnaround here. So you could do that. You have the skill sets to do those things. The only reason why I said what I said was because it can get really overwhelming when you're trying to go in multiple directions without strengthening the things that you already have. And it can make you feel like you're being pulled in every which way. And I think that that's why I said that it is important to at least pick one or two things that you're like, okay, these are the things that I know that I can do. And then going to what Calvin said regarding looking into places that are indie games or Kickstarters, they look for stuff like this. And you'll be surprised what networking does for you. And it really is an important step to take for yourself, especially when you want to make that kind of money. I would also agree. Yeah, keep working on your fundamentals. You have a strong base, and continue to do those studies. Continue adding to your portfolio, and you have a theme here. And I think that um, you can go far with what you have. I don't. I really hope that answers the question. I'm so bad at this,
No,
so
no,
I'm
no,
doing
no.
my best
You're
here.
you're you're giving some very insightful answers. Both of you are actually. I think that I agree with everything you guys said. I think that when I see Hive Scarecrow, this one for some reason really gets me. I don't know why. It's just maybe the design of it. Just the very sharp designs tells me exactly what I need to know about this insectoid human being thing. And I can totally see this being a Magic the Gathering card. Stuff like that. There's like a certain duality in Dissolzer's work. I feel like the Plant Monster, the Hive Scarecrow, and the John I, like these three, feel like they're all part of like Magic the Gathering. Like I could totally see this being a card as well. And then you have the humanoid people, like Toilet Mage, which I think is really funny. There's like, you can tell that Dissolver has like a certain sense of humor, right? Like the Toilet Mage, the Fromage or Fromage, right? Like there's a sense of humor there, and I think that the way that the characters are rendered is also a little comical. So you can tell that they're capable of doing something that feels a little more serious in tone, like the Hive Scarecrow and the Plant Monster, and then you also have the Fromage and Toilet Mage. Even the Halfling one, it feels a little bit more whimsical in terms of design and in terms of color as well. And seeing as how Dissolver has this kind of repertoire of work, I feel like you could expand on that a little bit more, put a little bit more emphasis in those pieces, and create a breadth of work, or rather, not a breadth of work, but create a few more pieces that really nail down this style, so that when people come to your page, they'll know exactly what they are gonna get when they hire you. If we're going back to talking about jobs and stuff like that, there are certain pieces that I would take out of this. Definitely, I think that your weaker pieces are going to be the odd-looking folk, quick doodle, and art prompt. Like these might be really, they could be pieces that felt really, like progressive to you, like in terms of like it helped you learn more as an artist, and this could be something that helped you with your fundamentals and color theory and all that. But something that is kind of severely lacking here that I see from other pieces in your portfolio is that there's no clarity as to what that is. Especially when you say something as vague as art prompt, right? You might want to say something like you said here, which was like study, or like color exploration. Then we would know exactly what this was. And even then, when you say quick doodle and it's like this very, like, I can tell what it is because of the hand and the more vague representations of like a veil and a cloak. I feel like it's going to dampen the effect of the other pieces, because you're posting something that feels, comparative to your other pieces, unfinished. And I would say the same kind of goes for this piece as well. Whereas some of your other pieces, they felt a little bit more, like you put a little more thought into it. There was a little bit more time put into the rendering of the focal points. This one, it does feel a little loose in the face. Even though the background, I feel like, is gorgeous, like the way that you've done this with like a blocked brush and stuff. Background is super nice, but I think the foreground now is what is a little bit lacking in terms of the values and like the composition of it, using your values a little bit more cleverly. I feel like that could be established here a little bit better before you post it on a portfolio website that will help you get a job. So less is more on that front, in the pieces that don't really contribute to your repertoire, but also create more pieces that do align with the strengths that you have. But yeah, that's what I have to say there. We are over time, but yeah, let's give it up for Dissolver, because I think this is some really good work here. Yeah, clap, clap, clap. Also, hello Zelda, how's it going? Yeah.
Clap, clap.
Clap, clap. How are you guys feeling so far? You okay?
I'm fatigued. I do one more and I'll leave. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, Kasem did that
I'm
yesterday.
kidding.
Kasem walked out on me on the last one yesterday.
Kasim's too famous, dude.
He is.
I
He
got
doesn't have
scared.
time for anybody.
You know, small fry.
Yeah. Next we have Samin Draws, and I'm gonna go and start the timer here, and then we'll go and read their little excerpt. By the way, I'm having a blast. Just like listening to you guys talk about art. It's almost like my brain kind of turns off. Like I'm not on streamer mode.
Oh yeah, you
It
can just
feels-
be like, oh, I can actually relax.
Yeah,
and just
exactly.
Sit here and listen.
And just talk with a couple of my friends. You know, feels great.
Must be nice. That's like a no stream for you.
Yeah, it's been free this whole week, dude. All right. Samin says, to start, my review choice will be out of 6:15, which is today. Style identity. My current style is definitely line art focused. However, I'm trying to stretch out of it and delve more into painting. You may be able to see so within my portfolio, in which I try to showcase both what I'm capable of as well as what I am experimenting with. I take inspiration from a whole slew of artists, so it's hard to say which ones in particular I like most. Regardless, the artists that got me into art in the first place were Wallop, Shuke Co, Dio Kama, and Sam Does Arts. Art career path, I see myself aiming towards multiple career paths, leaning more towards freelance work, as they have other career interests that will revolve more heavily around schedules. I'm currently most interested in illustration, character concept art, splash art, as well as becoming a manga artist for my own stories. Strengths/weaknesses. I feel like I'm strongest in my my line art and maybe posing. I think in terms of rendering, I struggle with lighting as well as color choice. I've learned color theory and lighting, but it hasn't clicked to the point where I can apply it well. I think I have a lot of room for improvement with composition values and as well as perspective. Some questions they have. How can I imply objects in a painting without them being too blurred out or unrecognizable? Similar to Wallop. How can I better strike a healthy balance between painting and line work? Or view it differently? Think Shuke Co is a good example of a unique use of line work in painting to an extreme, however. That is what they had to say, and let me know what you guys think.
Ooh.
That's all you, Charmie. Their
Yes,
inspirations are right up your alley.
Yeah, I was like, oh, excitement. First of all, beautiful work. I like what I see here. And I can see in some of these pieces exactly who your inspirations are delving from. So I know how challenging it is to go from line art to painting, because painting is it's applied a bit differently than lines. One of the biggest things about just rendering as a whole, understanding form is going to be your best friend. Knowing how light bends around spheres and cylinders, and I know it sounds very fundamental, and well, it's because it is. Those things are what essentially like the better you understand those things, the more that it translates into your pieces. I guess let's look at this third piece. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, navigate me.
Yeah. Oh, this is a old girl. Oh God, Soul Eater. What's her name? The
Maka.
Green Maka. Thank you. I was like, what's her name? Oh my
Got
God. So much can be said here. I think even this is a really good foundation of this piece, but you could totally take this further. A couple of things that I noticed when I look at, I guess since we can reference Wallop here for a second. One of his abilities, or their abilities, is to unify a whole piece. And anyone who's been, I guess, in my streams or just hear me talking about art relatively, I always make that priority, is what is your initial mood. And here it's very clear. You're dealing with a night scene, and it's important to establish that first, because then you can push and pull your lights. When it comes to being able to make forms more readable, your and not having things blurry, is having edge control, and that's it is a challenge sometimes, because you have to pick what you're pushing in the background and what you're pulling forward and what you want your viewers to see first. And it goes back to that, picking your focal points. Good practice that I found to help me understand light, and of course, like ambient occlusion, cache shadow, all that good stuff. This is gonna sound so boring, so forgive me, but literally rendering basic forms and then taking that form and applying it to a piece. So like, for example, let's say you the sphere, we'll say a sphere test. That's a perfect way to say it. So let's say you are rendering out a sphere and you pick a top-down lighting, right? You render that sphere in grayscale. It doesn't need to be colored, but you take that sphere and you put it next to your painting, whether it's in the sketch phase or line art phase, and you apply that same exact lighting right onto your piece. And you just follow the forms of your piece. If whatever is hitting light, that's what's going to hit light. Anything that is not catching that, that's going to be in shadow. And I found that to be a healthy practice, and it keeps it fun, so you're not just rendering forms all day, because it's boring. Like, let's be real, it's so boring. And then you said, what else did you say? Hold on, I'm going back to your other points.
Did you need me to? Do you want me to link you what they said?
Oh yes, please. Yes,
yeah,
please.
Here. I should have done that way before, but here you go.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No. Hold. Oh my god, buttons, please. Is it broken? Am I stupid? Why can't I click on this one?
Is the link not working?
Oh no, I'm here, but I can't. I'm trying to like get into the thread.
Oh yeah, all you got, yeah. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's your Discord. I don't know. Yeah, I can just read you. I can read you their questions if you like me to do that instead.
Please.
Yeah. So they said, how can I imply objects in a painting without them seeming too blurred out or unrecognizable? How can I better strike a healthy balance between painting and line work, or view it differently?
Oh, perfect. So that's the other thing I wanted to. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So the balance between the line art and the painting, you can do. I feel like you could do it one or two ways. You can implement your line art by. Okay, let me try to make this fast but not rush through it because we only have 2 minutes left, and Calvin might want to say something as well. Best way that I can think about implementing your line work is when you are putting in your flats and you're starting to render, tone your lines to the piece that you're rendering, if that makes sense. So like, rather than keeping it black, you can make your lines a multiply layer and then paint according to it'll adjust to the colors that are in your piece, if that makes sense. Oh my god, this sounds so bad.
No, you're good.
Damn
you're
it.
good. If you need a little bit of time, we can go to Calvin first, and then we can come back to you if you want to do that.
No, it's okay. I got it.
Oh, good.
So
go for it.
When you put your lines onto a multiply layer, they adjust to the colors that are within your piece, and then you paint according to that. You don't have to like make super fine details or changes to your lines because it'll fuse with your colors. Really, that's all I got, because if I don't shut up, Calvin can't say anything. Okay, Calvin, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Oh,
you fell asleep for a second there.
No, I'm here. I was just I was looking at stuff because I was trying to like pinpoint what I was gonna say. But
Right.
I would say when I think about your inspirations, you mentioned a bunch of artists that have a very similar aesthetic. Of course, their work doesn't look anything like each other, but like they are very delicate artists. They're very soft to the way they like deliver their visual message, and that softness takes a lot of like skill and understanding. Like when Charmii mentioned like, edge control. Like that's like a really tough like nuance to play with when it comes with painting and lines and stuff like that. So I would say explore other artists. I am very impartial to like Capcom artists. I'm a massive Capcom fan, and I, fuck with line work all the time. The things that certain Capcom artists do is they have lots of very strong oversaturated characters in one piece, but they are able to all share that same space without feeling too busy. I know you specifically said objects, but it's the same thing. Like you pick your focus would be but maybe a character, and then you want to have an object also share the piece without taking away from the focal. Capcom artists do that shit all day. They saturate their whole images, but the way they set up compositions and the way they have their line weight thicker, and then they'll have their line weight thinner depending on like what is the focus, is something that I think you can pick up from an artist that might be away from what you're usually into, because you can always like go back, you can borrow, come back. So that's just my kind of general advice.
I think that's good advice. Going outside of what you want to do and what you want to aspire to, and taking kind of like a side quest or like a side path, I really recommend that because it gives you more of a scope instead of just trying to zero in on one thing. I have my own inspirations in certain artists, but it doesn't mean that I don't like, for example, even though I don't do anime art, like I'll look at anime art and I'll actively try to look down a thread of anime art just so that I can see what people are doing to apply certain fundamentals or certain like painting concepts to another medium, so that it's easier to like see exactly what it is that I like between different styles, and it's easier to kind of like allow that to boil to the surface if I do that. So I think like what you were saying about looking at your biases would help this person. Something that I also wanted to say is that I know that we're out of time, but just really quickly that don't rush into like doing these like crazy, like don't skip steps is what I'm trying to say, because I feel like there are certain pieces, even like I was looking at this manga piece, and yes, there are a lot of things in here that are successful. I feel like in terms of framing the character and allowing those black lines to be behind that character, you're doing this thing with depth where you're now pulling the character to the front, and that's something that I feel like you might have seen in some of the artists that you've admired and wanted to emulate. But there are certain other things, certain fundamentals here that I feel like are also missing. So for example, like anatomy, in terms of like understanding form and shape. The clouds in the back, they don't really have that sort of form that we would like to see, and you're also covering up this moon in the back, and I think that it's kind of in a way kind of unfortunate that we don't get to see that moon on display so that we can actually understand the IP, because that moon, if you've never seen Soul Eater, is very, very particular to that IP. So if this, for example, it was gonna be a print or an illustration that I was gonna see on Twitter, I would want to see that moon in the thumbnail so that it catches my eye from afar. So it's like, oh wait, hang on, I've seen that moon before. That's from that thing. And once you've caught their eye, once you've like arrested their attention for over 3 seconds, and they're still looking at that image, you've won. You've done the job of creating an image that allows the scrolling to stop. And from there, they'll maybe look into your socials. They'll look into whether or not you have a print shop, whether or not you're up for commissions. Like little subtle things like that will really take you far. And don't try to like jump forward and try to do everything at once. Focus more on your fundamentals for now. So like again, like anatomy, focus more on your like lighting and how to portray that depth, and then come back to trying to create full illustrations. I think some of these other pieces are actually quite nice in that sense. Like you have some cool understanding of form here that I feel like isn't present in the other ones, and this nice graphic symbol in the back too. I've spoken about this piece before, and I still think that that's one of your stronger pieces here. And then you also see a lot of nice form going on in here too. Although I feel like the pose itself and selling the action can be a little bit lacking. So go back to trying to get to fundamentals. Like, it's gonna be something that all of us as artists are gonna have to do at one point or another, is to revisit fundamentals. And yeah, I think eventually you're going to be able to get to that level. Once you get like a stronger base. But yeah, I think all this stuff has really good potential. So without any further ado, I'm gonna end this review. Amazing stuff from what's her name again? Samim from Samim. Good stuff.
Wow,
Yeah,
you don't even know your own. Yeah, wow.
Patch.
Dude, there are so many people I've had to go through. All right, give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. Cool. Good stuff. This was really valuable insight. Thank you so much for your time and knowledge. Of course. Next we have Ordo Philosophicus. Let's start this timer up. And Ordo Philosophicus says, and I'll give you guys a link here too. Hello and thank you for the portfolio review. Going for a stylized realism, aiming to catch some sort of intimacy or uncanniness. Career-wise, I'd love to do IP-related art, Games Workshop, illustrations / concept art, etc. And also tapping into the indie 2D games. Artists reference Oleg Vidovenko and Alexander Rostov, Disco Elysium. No formal education yet, but considering going for digital art and game design. But is it necessary to tap into the art / game industry, or just good to get solid foundations? I'm rather proud of my rendering, although I could get a bit cleaner. Main struggle right now is to keep it clean and crispy. Thank you for any advice, they said. And I'll go and give this to you guys, even though it's quite short. Yeah, let me know what you guys think about these.
Stay out of school. I'm kidding.
Honestly, though, I don't know.
I mean,
we talk about this a lot, Calvin. Yeah, we don't. I mean, like, kind of like kidding, but for real, you know. It really is up to you though, because I feel like if you have the discipline to like learn on your own, you don't really need school. If you have the drive to like research everything and you know what you're going for, then school is not going to be of very much use to you. One thing that I do like to vouch for school is peer review, because that's not something that you get very often. Me personally, the thing that I got most out of university was being able to just ask anyone what they thought of my art, and getting a somewhat honest response out of it, right? Because everybody's kind of in the same space, so there's no need for them to hold back, really, unless they're just one of those people that are way too nice. But yeah, that's what I have to say, and without kind of taking more time away from you guys, go for it.
Calvin, do you wanna start?
Yeah, I can
I know
start.
you have things to say.
I would say you said you want to like get interested in doing like the indie game industry and stuff like that. I guess like something that really stands out to me is, before like any of the details and smoothing out of things and all that jazz, I would say the storytelling that you put in your faces. I feel like your faces are a very important thing to your pieces. I know there's like three pieces, two pieces where there's a head to work with and like look at, but like if you really want to be into that space, no matter no matter the style of your character, has nothing to do with like the way you depicting characters like style-wise, but I think like your faces can like use a little bit more of like oomph, dimension, and like expression. Like this last piece at the very bottom, you have this person looking to the left, which is already a super strong piece in my opinion, but like if you really like played with like the reflectiveness of the eyes, and like even like the depth, like I think you're lacking a little bit of form information. So like the face, it feels a little flat in like some angles. or only one angle, but like it looks a little flat, just in general. So face is like so important in like selling what you're trying to go for, and especially if you're trying to make like, let's say, like captivating characters in something that, you know, thousands of people potentially play, or be looking at, and like, you know, having a visceral reaction to, when they're experiencing things like that. You really have to like really sell those expressions, and like, because you're going for like a little bit more of like a semi-realism or straight up realism. So if you lack an inch in that department, like it becomes magnified and super noticeable. That's like the first thing that came to my thought when I like looked at what I guess I would maybe focus on if I were you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jimbo.
No. I was just confirming.
Oh. I guess to kind of continue on to what Calvin was saying, as far as keeping your work clean, much like what I mentioned just previously, edge control. It seems like a redundant thing to say, I know, but you'll be surprised about how important that is in a piece. I guess one of my favorite artists, Craig Mullins, he is truly a master at edges, and I'm not saying like you need to do every single thing he does. No, my God, please no. But just analyzing his work, I think that that's something that you could benefit from. His ability to go over the edge, and what I mean is like when things are soft, make them extra soft, and when things are sharp, make them extra sharp. And that alone, and value aside, that in itself creates contrast within your work, which also creates more visual appeal, which then again leads back to that visual experience that you will have throughout your work. I would even agree with Calvin in this instance, whereas you can strengthen some of the forms a little bit in your work, and going I literally feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but it's a common thing that you see amongst artists who are just still growing, myself included. I am not excluded in this. Is those fundamental things that help propel your work. I would even go as far as saying, don't be afraid to use saturation to your advantage. Jimbo, can you go back to the where is it? The spotlight one? Yeah, that one right here. This one. So much can be strengthened here. Again, as Calvin said, this is a strong piece, but you could absolutely push this. For example, this strong light, you would totally see some of that subsurface scattering happening on this outer rim of this spotlight, and it would be much darker too, to create this vignetted effect. You have a little bit of it going, but like I said, you could absolutely push that. And even in this face, when I blur my eyes, I lose a little bit of that. The values kind of group together, and I lose what's happening in the face, seeing as that is one of your focal points and one of your strong suits, I would say, amongst your work. You could absolutely, how do I say, you can create depth within a character without them seeming like they're actually receding into the piece. And what I mean by that is everything is a bit even, and you can, with how strong this light is, just like what you did with the shadow on the wall, that would happen by the neck here on this right hand side, where you can see the ear. You have that going where the arm is. You have some of that going even where the stomach is at, and so translate that into the rest of your piece to keep it together, if that makes sense. Another thing I would even say is going back to the whole saturation ordeal. Where things aren't important, don't make them so prominent. So where the legs and basically the bottom half of the body, though, yeah, that is in light. You could even just kind of tone that out more, and then just render out and sharpen up the face and this arm, and bring us back to this part of your canvas, and you can boost the colors to help that as well. I guess that's really all that I have to say. And just be mindful of your forms. Paint along those forms. Be careful of going across them, so it doesn't create like this weird, I guess, effect. Like I you kind of lose me a bit in the hair, and I know hair is hard. I know hair is hard, but even in the hair, it feels a bit lost for me. So that's really all that I have to say.
Yeah, I think those are good notes. Don't be afraid of the dark, I think. There's so many of these pieces that I feel like they want to be darker. Like what Charmii was saying about, or I don't remember. I think it was maybe, I don't know. I think whatever. What are these? What are you guys said that this needs to be darker? And I think that's a huge. I think that's a huge comment, because like what Calvin said earlier, when you're aiming for realism, you need everything to be in the right place at the right time, in the right value, in the right saturation, for you to break those rules after. Because right now I feel like that system isn't really convincing me that this about this scene, right? There's like certain little things that are these little tiny things that would really make this more believable. For example, if it's a spotlight, make it a spot. You know, it doesn't need to have all this blending. Like when you look at a flashlight aimed at a person who's in front of a wall, it's quite sharp, and it doesn't have inconsistencies very much so in the overall rim of the light. It's very direct. Not only that, but because it's an oval, it makes me think this is being cast from either an oval flashlight, which is not believable to me, or it's coming in from the side at an angle, maybe. And the cast shadow isn't telling me that that's right either. So those things where you have to think about the context and the realism of the entire scene to really immerse the viewer, little things like that are going to really matter. And don't be afraid of making those values or having the darkness like take away some of the detail, like you were saying, Charmii. Like I really like this cast shadow right here under this arm here, because it tells me that there's a very direct light, right? I would like to see that on every other piece of the body and also on the wall. You're kind of doing it here, right, with the cast shadow, but it needs to be a little bit more well thought out in terms of where the body is closer to the wall, so that there's less shadow, right? It needs to be considered. Everything needs to be more considered when you're doing a piece that is more mired in realism like this, and you're really trying to sell the scene and the emotion and the mood and the atmosphere. Like this shoulder back here, because it's closer to the wall, there's going to be less of a cast shadow because there's less room for that light to cast a shadow. Whereas say something like this hand, or like other pieces of the body, or other pieces of the body that are further away from the wall will cast a bigger, more blurry shadow. So even little things like that you need to pay attention to when it comes to stuff like this, especially with the artists that you were listing. I know one of them at least, and I know that their body of work is about like pretty much this, like kind of these horror kind of scenes that depict a flashlight being shown upon like this kind of strange and eerie scene with like peasant people. And I feel like look into that a little bit more and see how they're using those values, and try to understand exactly how to sell the lie and really paint the illusion of this being in a real space. A lot of it is going to have to do with using more darks and playing with your values, maybe making the skin a little bit lighter where the flashlight is hitting the most, and then allowing the other parts to fall off and have less detail. I feel like right here, this is actually a little bit more convincing, right? In terms of lighting. Less so here. There's like a very squashed kind of a value system here. Very limited. But other than that, I think that you have really good painterly kind of a sensibility. So you're not afraid to go loose, and you are able to tighten things where you need to. Like, for example, this little like cylinder here, I like the way that this is being rendered and being handled as compared to like the other stuff, because yes, we would see more values here because it's closer to the light source, and there's an understanding there, just needs to be honed. Go ahead.
I know we're over time. I did so fast. I don't know if we were thinking about the same artist, but Zinchen.
Oh, Zinchen, but there's also like an artist that they listed earlier.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, look at their work too. The way that you handle your lighting. I haven't checked out the other two artists, so I will definitely give them a gander. But I think you could really benefit from learning from Zinchen. They're on ArtStation and I think on Instagram. You'll benefit. That's all I have to say. Just look at their stuff. I don't know. Do you want me to just post it in the Discord?
Sure, yeah, I would love that.
Okay.
Yeah, Zinchen has that really subtle play with lighting and edge control that you were mentioning. And they're really good at balancing a lot of different values in a very limited palette. So yeah, I think that would be a really good person to look at, even though they're not as quite painterly. They're a little more clean. But yes, I still think that it would be beneficial for Ordos Philosophicus to look at that body of work.
Yeah, because I was gonna say as well. Even though you have this really nice painterly feel, I think sometimes your textures feel too similar. From like items to grass to how the wall is, like you have like a similar rendering style for every single texture, and it kind of makes everything feel like it's made from the same kind of material. So it almost feels like everything's like almost made of wax because of how light interacts with it. Instead of like you really tackling these various kind of different lighting interactions. So I was thinking, because you mentioned game design, oops, I cut myself off.
Yeah.
I was saying you can look at the concept art for Blasphemous, which I just put the link in the chat. Blasphemous has that kind of, I think it plays a lot close to what you do now, and it has like that painterly look, but it also, I think, plays with like the textures really well. So I think that could be like another good person to maybe look at, or that kind of share your style, but also are able to tackle the thing I just mentioned.
That's a good point about the textures to make.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, something I missed for sure. All right, we're gonna move on to the next one. We did go over a little bit, but good stuff from Oro Philosophicus. Amazing work. Can't wait to see what you do going forward. And let's move on to the next. I think it's gonna be Rim Gems next.
Oh, Rim Gems.
Ram Jams.
Let me go and start this off, and let's see what Rim Gem said. Okay, Rim Gems. Let me go and give you guys the link first. Alright, Rim Gem says, generally my style is semi-real and a bit painterly. I'm looking to refine my process more so I can get faster. I'm also looking into incorporating more backgrounds and let my characters recede more into the setting. I don't really have a specific inspiration, but recommendations are appreciated. At the moment, I've made the decision to explore full-time freelance illustration and convention running. I'm focusing on prints first, but I do want to keep getting better at illustrating in general. In the creative process, I generally feel strong in sketching out ideas fast and having a clear idea of what I want. I feel my weakest is in composing characters and backgrounds and finishing a piece without overworking it. I would like to get better at using my colors and lighting my scene more intentionally instead of just drawing what's accurate. I'm preparing myself to go freelance full-time and do conventions on the side. What are some things that you do that you feel are effective in garnering interest for commissions? How do you approach drawing for prints differently from a regular illustration? And in general, what do you think I could improve on? I think RimGims is actually somebody who works very similarly in terms of schedule and what they want to do, and to you guys, actually. So I think you guys are going to give them a lot of good advice. I hope so.
Yeah. Don't say that. I hope so. Oh wow. Calvin, smile.
Okay, I'll go first.
Just what I wanted.
I'm kidding. So RimGims immediately, and something that I think I've been thinking about for a long time, because I think your work's absolutely incredible, but it's just this one thing that I think a lot of artists get incredibly sensitive about, including myself, and it's faces, 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 faces. I think everything that you mentioned that you're worried about is not as nearly a big a problem as making a consistent, attractive looking face. I think you have examples of very attractive faces. I think your Samus picture you did recently is incredible. But then I think when he goes into your OC on the motorcycle, you lose some of that. I think it has to do a lot probably with your 3/4 perspective is when you struggle a lot. But sometimes, like, not even, I guess not all that, not always that case. I think sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. People are so attracted to a face of an art, and when you miss like that perspective angle, that makes it maybe look a little strange. That's why I see when I look at the motorcycle one, when you maybe over detail the nose just slightly too much, which could unfortunately with your semi-realistic style make the characters maybe not as soft or appealing as you would want them to be, even for your buff angry cat girl who is, I think, super cute. It's just a little bit of too much harshness in certain areas of her face that I guess oversell it, and it becomes too much into the realism side. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, I understand wanting to have like certain things that realistically happen to faces when you're trying to express strong emotions, but at the same time, you need to balance it and pull it back or push it depending on what would make the most appealing face for the piece. Besides the faces, I would say, I guess maybe you can work a little bit on like how you move your viewer around the canvas. I think the best example of that is your outlaw character with the guns. I think that's like the sickest composition I've ever seen, with like the forced perspective, and I'm like forced to like have fun and have an adventure with this whole piece. But I think you have a lot more examples of the Shantae where she is kind of just there. You have like this very intense, awesome background that I would never fucking be able to do myself. But then you kind of have her almost like she's about to fall over on the staircase. So like, I think you should really like, it might be a lack of using actual reference, like, because your anatomy is obviously really strong, your understanding of fabric's really strong, your rendering's incredible, your hair is really good. But I think like, if you don't reference maybe a realistic scenario to like a girl playfully going upstairs, you will get a situation like this where you have something that might be a little bit non-logical to someone that's viewing the piece. And then there is so much focus on her center and like where she is that everything else is like an afterthought. So you probably built this pose first and then incorporated the background. That might be a broad guess, but that's like what I get when I like look at this. But that's all. I think like you're obviously getting better because I think the Samus picture is like a step above the rest. So just more of that attention to detail, more of that focus. Like I'm looking straight at her ass, and then I get to ride up the piece and get all these little individual chunks of information from the little Metroid, to even that like hard highlight that's like sharpening around the planet that she's in front of. Like that all like guides my eye like back and forth around this piece. So, you know, that's what I gotta say. That's about it.
Those are good points, and you literally touch on a point that I wanted to mention regarding backgrounds. Like, I look, mean backgrounds, no, awful. But what I can say is, it's very noticeable when an artist will do the character first and then the background, or the other way around. And I would always recommend when you are working. When you're incorporating a character into an environment, a lot of things happen there. You're dealing with atmospheric depth, you're dealing with bounce light, you're dealing with everything that character is in. But something that is important when you are doing that is to establish your background first. And it doesn't need to be super rendered and finished, but going as if you were working traditionally, back to front. I mean, obviously there's only one thing, but you're working on a single canvas. But in the sense, I mean it in the sense of working from background, then you go to your midground, and then you work on your foreground, and then that's when you can start connecting everything. And you're perfectly capable of doing that. So this is not me knocking your skill by any means. You're clearly a very skilled and capable artist. And I think that is something that you...
Oh, Charmii, you're cutting out a little bit.
Uh-oh.
She's digitizing.
Yeah.
She's drowning.
Transform.
Charmii, you good? Oh no. What do we do? Do we go in and get her? Do we throw her a life raft?
No, let's just let the time run out. Fuck you, Jim. Rimship.
What? Other Jimbo? But no, I think while we wait for Charmii to get back, I agree with what Charmii and Calvin were saying. I think in accordance to that as well is like something that I feel that you do a lot, Rimjims, is as much as you really understand anatomy, you really want to show off that you understand anatomy, which is not a bad thing. But what it leads to is that you want to light every single part of the body the same way. And I see that a lot in a lot of your pieces. Like, for example, this piece, like the overall value in the skin. Everywhere I go, I see that it's like rendered around the same way. And this is something that I feel, is very indicative of the fact that you want to show off like that painterly like understanding of your of bodies, right? But I think what's masterful about, first of all, the old masters, but also like when, people create a really nice illustration, it no longer is only about what you know, but what you do with that knowledge. And I think allowing yourself and allowing these bodies to fall off in shadow, certain pieces of it at least, so that other pieces of the body can take center stage, is going to be a huge part for you. For example, like this arm that's coming out at us, that's holding, I don't know, it's kind of like the palm is up. My attention wants to be there, but for some reason I can't focus on it for too long because the cinematic nature of your lighting isn't really there for me to see that gesture, right? Both that arm and the back arm are lit the same way, and I think that for example, that bicep too, that's of the camera left arm that has no sleeve, the bicep should be completely occluded with shadow there, because your lighting should allow us to see that the bottom part of that arm is coming forward. So play with and understand that lighting that you're establishing so that you can better tell the story. Because it's not as if, like everybody else here has said, like it's not as if you don't understand like the lighting. It's just that you know, you're now in a place where you are forced to not just understand how to light a body, but how to do that with the context of the narrative, and you know, posing this character in a way that will make them look cooler, really. Also, like little things like that arm coming forward, it's not coming forward at us straight, right? Like the body is hunched forward, the back, or rather that camera left arm is actually not coming at us very directly. It's actually the bicep is facing downwards, and then the lower arm is coming at us. So you might want to choose a different angle too, because at the moment when I squint my eyes, that just looks like a really short arm, because of the way that it's being lit. And I know these are like really nitpicky, right? But this is what's going to take your art to the next level, is through these little nitpicks, and creating a little nook or a little like curve in that arm where maybe the elbow is seen to be tucking more toward the boob, and then the arm, the lower arm, jutting out at an angle so that the hand can you know, really take center stage, you know, on the left third of the canvas. Like that's gonna be that little change that might really help with this gesture. Also, I think something that Charmii mentioned earlier too, which was like edge control. I think that could be exhibited a little bit more too, because I feel like some of these edges are could be a little bit cleaner, especially like in the abs. You know, where it looks like right now all the abs are kind of lit almost the same way. First of all, some of those can fall off, but also like consider that the lighting can cut off in different ways according to how those abs or where they're positioned. Especially when it comes down all the way to this bottom section, where you have the area right before what is this area, like the Apollo's belt area, like all this stuff right here. Like there's no reason why that should be lit, because there's no bounced light that's going up into this area. So little things like that to really sell the realism and the immersiveness of the piece is gonna super help you. I really like the Samus piece, but I think a little bit of ambient occlusion could really work here, right? For example, like again, everything is lit almost the same way, very direct light. But if you have certain areas, like to guide the eye to certain areas fall back into space, like this arm back here does not need to be this lit. This leg back here does not need to be this lit. This gun doesn't need to be this lit. This gun is actually probably the weakest part of the entire piece, because it's so flat towards the camera, and it's so like geometric that it looks almost like it stands out from the rest of the piece. One way is to darken this. So like if you darken this area against a relatively lighter background, what you're going to do is create a nice little shape that we can recognize from afar, and also allow the spotlight to be on something else instead. So if you had, for example, the light hitting primarily the top of the body, then that same spotlight would fall off in intensity as we go further and further down. So in essence, you would then be leading and drawing the eye towards the area with most detail and contrast, while the rest of the body kind of falls off a little bit more. And that would make it look a lot more natural, and that would immerse us into the piece a lot more and make it a lot more believable. So it's really just little moves for you, instead of like, you know, telling you, oh, you gotta do a big overhaul of your style or whatever. I think it's just these little tiny moves that will really help you know, elevate your pieces. Charmii, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I don't know what happened.
We could do we could do some closing comments on Rim Gyms, and then we'll probably move on.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish up your thought.
No, yeah, I mean, you guys, I guess, combined just really touched on those subtle things that I probably only would have just added to. Yeah, I would agree. Just being mindful about what areas are going to catch light, what isn't. I really like the point that Jimbo made about your cat girl. This, yeah, I like a lot of the points that he made there. Honestly, other than that's all that I had for you, Rim Gems. Your stuff is solid, man. It's ridiculous.
I guess I was gonna add. I mean, I think I did mention perspective, but I think perspective is a weakness. But I think you have a similar problem that I had when I was really trying to promote commissions, and I was doing a lot of full body pieces. And when you were trying to promote your artwork, because I know you said you really want to do prints, and then like you really want to tap into that social media dance. People respond really well when it comes to like these kind of really nice bust shots of very popular characters, because it's a little more intimate. Right now, I think you're in this zone where you're like full body commissions. Like, it's on my full body commission tier, whatever, So like, let me show people what I can do, and like to give people, I guess, a visual of that thing I can do, which is a full body character design, whatever. But I think if you look at artists that I think are really successful at social media, like, I hate to say it, but Hungry Clicker, not because I don't like Hungry Clicker, but it's such a obvious like titan on social media when it comes to this kind of character art stuff. They have these very close-up shots and these very personable like pictures of like characters in like a bust, and really cool lighting, really cute faces, and then like you can't help but to not recognize the character and not click away. I think unfortunately how cool full body illustrations look, it takes too long for the consumer to consume it. But when you have an iconic character, you have Shantae, close up, cute. You're like, damn, that's super cute. That's Shantae, I know her. When you have full body, it's like that little second guess, and you're fighting against fucking scrollers, dude. They're just scrolling, and not many people are going to stop at something that is high concept illustration. So if you're trying to sell this shit, you got to get it in their faces quicker. And honestly, this benefits you because you can, draw less. You don't have to draw these whole crazy dynamic compositions. You can just focus on the thing that's gonna, hook, line, and sinker these. They're fish, dude. They're swimming. They're just like there's a worm. They're not.
Yeah.
We are artists, so we appreciate this. But
Yeah.
when it comes to the people that are buying it and you're trying to sell to, you gotta freaking, dangle the carrot. So that's all. That's why I also mentioned faces, because that's like the first, Unga Bunga, consumers. They're like, oh, go, Samus, I don't know. And then you can save like the extra stuff, like the ass cheeks. I think the ass cheeks is a giveaway. I'll look at that all day. But I mean, like, for other stuff, save that for later. But that's about it. That's it. I'm done.
I realized that Rim Gems has a certain like angle that he likes for ass cheeks, and it's like in 3 of these pieces. It's like this is bottom. Do you see it? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he's playing that game, he knows the game. He's just like, he's just gotta think about how to frame this. Like, for example, like this right here, like this nice. Like, this is really like selling the perspective and stuff like that. But like in terms of like, if you want to pop off on Twitter, like I feel like this would be missed, because there's not a face for me to really anchor onto. There's not like an IP that I can anchor onto either, right? So I think that it really depends. Like, if you are playing this, if you're trying to do the whole convention art, making prints, being your own business, freelance illustrator, you have to play the game. You have to like, try to hook, line, and sinker anybody who's trying to, scroll through their Twitter or whatever. And think about what in this piece is gonna hook that person in, or hook as many people in as possible. And again, like this perspective to us artists, like, whoo, this is insane, like it's not easy to do. And also you can tell that it's got a certain whimsy to it too. It's not just based in reality. It really reminds me of like a shot from like Afro Samurai or something, when like he's fighting number 1.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, that's Spaghetti Samurai.
Yeah. That's what it feels like,
yeah.
right? Yeah, that's what this reminds me of. And also like the way that you're using these shapes too. Like, it's gorgeous. But that's because we're artists. And most people are not going to be so analytical and make these connections. They're just going to look at the butt and be like, nope, too small on my screen. Can't see it. and then they're gonna keep moving. So
Damn, not enough ass.
that's what dude. I'm just trying to get into the mind of the average consumer. You know?
No, that's the brain, dude. That's what it is. Not Trigon. I don't care about this.
Exactly.
cowboy.
I was about to say too.
Yeah.
Don't try. Not a Trigon gender bend. Get this out of my feed. You know. But yeah, no. I think like your body of work, like you obviously have your fundies. It's yeah. You just got to go that one step further. But anyways, good stuff from Rim Gyms. We're probably like gone like maybe 20 minutes now.
Yeah, well over it. Sorry.
all good. Clap, clap, clap for Rim Gyms. I'm gonna play this applause thing again. Good stuff from Rim Gyms. Thank you for some portfolio. Blah blah blah. Backroom jingle jangle jingle jangle. All right. Next, we have was it Wolfie? I think it's Wolfie next. Yeah. I gotta open up another set of tabs here because I didn't want to have too many tabs open.
Yeah, close them. They're making me sweat.
They're fucking
Please.
me up, too. Close your guys' tabs too, just in case. Okay, cool. How do you guys like reviewing portfolios? Is this like your first time doing it, or?
Not really, but you know, I mean, it's not my first time doing it, but it's it's pretty cool. Chilling.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I would say it in a wide, or I guess a larger scale. This is my first time. It's usually just like one person asking, like, "Oh yeah, here you go." But this is fun. It's also teaching me a lot of stuff, though. Just listening to both of you and like how you guys handle, like tackling the points that people are specifically looking for. So it's teaching me like how to also do that.
Yeah, I think it's super valuable to see like what other people are doing, because then you can immerse yourself into what they're doing, put your mind behind their art, and see how you would do things differently, which really helps you when you start your next piece or go back to your work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like a time machine for me because I'm like seeing, especially portfolios from like the people that are more experimental because they're trying to figure out their way. It like reminds me of like when I was in like middle school and I was like, what do I even want? You know,
Exactly.
like what am I trying to do? Realism, semi-realism, anime, like everything at once. And
it's weird too because then like you get into this point where you remember what the people were trying to tell you back then, and then you're like, okay, well, I find myself telling people what I was told, but I wonder if they're also not understanding it the way that I wasn't understanding it.
Or not even understand. Like I understood it, but I was so stubborn. So I was like, man,
yeah,
you don't know shit.
Exactly. Like, who are you? You know, I don't give a fuck about your body of work.
The timer, Jimbo.
Yeah, my bad. I'll reset it.
It's like we're gonna go like an extra whatever minutes anyway. But yeah.
Wow, don't say it like that.
Here we go. This is Wolfie's portfolio, and they are saying currently I don't have a certain style that I stick to, but I do like to keep most of my work shape heavy. Some artists I am inspired by are Loish, John Patrick Ganas, Emiliana, Dave Raposa, etc. I'm currently attending art school, majoring in illustration, and start my second year in the fall. I'm a traditional gallery artist at the moment, but I'm working to get a job in illustration, concept art, or viz dev. Later in my career, I would like to teach art. My biggest weakness, I would say, is rendering and color. Since starting school, I haven't had much time to explore my own concepts or do a lot of personal work. So in saying that, a lot of the work I do for class feels uninspired and is made to just fit a requirement. Do you have any suggestions about how to view something as something other than an assignment or to fill a requirement? Interesting question. Okay. Where do you guys want to go? You guys want to go general portfolio or whips and studies? Let's go to general portfolio first.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're gonna scroll down a little bit. There you go.
Biggest thing, and I know school takes up so much of your time. Make a small project for yourself. Doesn't need to be this crazy grandiose thing, but it will help keep you sane and truly, because when you're in art school, there's a like a standard, right? that your instructors will kind of hold you to and what they're doing within that class. And sometimes when you're just trying to get the work done, you don't take what I would hope that they're trying to teach you into a personal work, and you're just left with a body of work that isn't particularly anything that you would like to do, and thus making it more difficult in a way to land a job, because now you have a bunch of student work, but it's like, okay, but what about your personal projects? And that can be anything. It could just be a character you develop and you do small illustrations of them, or you can go the Sarah Anderson route and do like a little 4-page comic of them, like it you know, and to help bide the time during school. I would say for color and your rendering, first of all, Loish is a wonderful artist, and I can totally see when I looked at when I was going through some of your whips, I could see like, oh yeah, okay, I see what they're doing. Look, okay, color theory. Hold on, because that shit is annoying. I'll be real. I hate learning color theory, but knowing the bare minimum will actually help you in the long run. Just understanding what colors work together, and then looking at artists that, like, pulling from artists that you inspire. So let's say, for example, one of Loish's pieces. Just look at how sometimes she has a very minimal color palette, and it still pops. And you just look at the range that she's using, and you could even practice like that. You could take a character you want to develop, take a color palette from Loish's one of her works, and apply that to your work, and play with it and see where you can push and pull certain colors, and try, instead of trying to I guess canvas vomit if that makes sense. Fundamentals. You guys are gonna hear me say that all night. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just prefacing it now. You're gonna hear me say that all night because it does matter. Color, I honestly believe, is a secondary thing, because if you at least can understand value, applying color is going to be so much easier. I promise you, it would generally be much easier. And I'm not saying work grayscale to color, because that's a whole other thing. And people who do that, bless you, it is not I cannot do that. When you can read, like this very first one that you have with the wings, yeah, her. This could easily turn into a monochromatic painting with subtle shifts of, I would say, oranges and yellows, and really pushing those reds. But in order to do that, I feel like you do have to understand how they play with one another, and I think that you could benefit from just simply observing her work, just looking at how everything feels. And if you want, while you're in, I don't know if you use Photoshop or Procreate, it doesn't matter, whatever your program is, but take some pieces of hers and then just color pick, and then put them into a palette and just look at them and see where they are on the color wheel. I think getting in sometimes really intimidating, because it feels like you have to know everything. But just exploring the color wheel, knowing where things are, that I find to be more helpful than actually sitting down for hours on end and figuring out, like, oh, this goes with this goes with that. And as far as your rendering goes, I do think that there needs to be a bit more time spent there, and simply playing with your brushes as well. That also does make a difference. I'm not saying brushes make everything, but really understanding, even just doing like a hard round brush and a soft brush does so much for you. Play with those, simplify your tools, and then learn to render with those. Understand how light again works on a sphere, a cylinder, Even things as the planes of the face, you know, I lose a bit of. First of all, bless you, because this angle is very difficult to get. I hate this angle. I fucking hate this angle, and it is hard. But you could even break down the face in plane, so you can see where light's gonna hit, what's gonna be in shadow. I don't want to go on too long, so I'll leave the floor open to someone else.
I was gonna say, because I've always had I had so much issues with lighting and color and stuff like that. Because I didn't understand what the fuck it was happening half the time. So this is not a popular approach, but it worked for me. I studied via color to understand how lighting worked. So I do know a lot of academic settings force so much grayscale work for you, like, you know, value studies and stuff like that. So you're imitating what you're seeing. You're imitating, like, okay, that's a really dark shadow there, or that's a really light shadow there. So because of that, you imitate, and you understand that in grayscale. But when you start seeing color, you're like, what the fuck is happening? And why is lighting doing that in this situation? Why does it turn to this color? Why does it turn to that color? When you understand, it's going to sound complicated initially, but I promise you this shit's so sick. But when you understand, like, your direct light source, your ambient light, and your bounce lights, when you understand those three, and you understand what color those are in an image, because what I did, because my brain is like could not process it, no matter how hard I looked at certain things. If you just look at like photographs or just objects, and then look at how light's hitting those things, and just literally point where the light's coming from. If you're looking at a pretty girl on a beach and you see there's blue tints in her skin, you'd be like, okay, that's the sky. And then when you see the direct light, that's the sun. So you know the color of the direct light, you know the color of the secondary light, which is your ambient light, and that's the blue light. And then when you see, like, okay, what's this orange bouncing up hitting the bottom of her boob? I know everything is like boobs right now, but that's it's easy to understand this way. But like, why is her orange hitting the bottom of her chest? That's the bounce light from the sand that has been illuminated by the sun. So when you understand like why certain colors are interacting and how strong and how weak they are, you can understand how to like render, I think, in so many different levels. Because I feel like you're rendering in very 1-2. You're doing light shade, light shade, light shade. And I could see it in like this picture of this guy's face up close. The demon lady with her, like, with the chin, like, I think you're only rendering because you're rendering in the way that you're imitating what you're seeing from grayscale illustrations that you do. But you're not like understanding why those certain things happen to the body when you start doing your own work to it. So I would say just do like, without even picking up a pencil, just look at photographs and then find the different lighting sources. I went outside with a t-shirt one day, a white t-shirt, just to see why does it turn blue in that situation. Do you know what I mean?
Dude, I've done that before.
Things like that, I think, you have the value stuff to apply color to those values is to understand what I just mentioned. So that's, what I had to add.
Yeah, I think that's all fair points. I haven't done that. The shirt thing, I should do that.
I don't think you need it, Jimbo. Shut the fuck up.
I don't really draw. I don't really paint shirts. I've never had to.
It wasn't for shirts. It was to understand like the lighting. So I was like, I used the white shirt because I was like, okay, now it's blue, but then when I drag it into the sunlight, it's white. But the side that's not in the sunlight's blue. So now I kind of understand the different lighting that's interacting. So that was like bullied. It was like a brain exercise for me.
Being bullied.
Yeah, you're being bullied for being bullied.
Yeah, exactly.
The advice being given to a piano cover of Haruhi's OP for most of it is quite what? I don't even know what that was in conjunction to. But yeah, we are over time for this one. Get that person. Don't actually. But yeah, good stuff from Jason Renaud, artist and designer. I think that there's a breadth of work here. I'm actually surprised you guys didn't mention this, but there's like freaking 3D models in here. There's like anime style stuff. There's like
Yeah, I saw it. There's
life
animation
drawing.
in the whips area too.
There's animations in the whips area, like which we didn't really have time to explore, but yeah, there's definitely, you're definitely exploring. I think you're still in that explorative phase where you don't exactly know where you're going to take your art, and that's okay. I think that when I think something you were asking about was how to make it so that your class projects don't feel like they are you know, like how could you basically assign value to class projects. And for me, what I usually did was, like, for example, I had like a storyboarding class that I knew I wasn't gonna be doing storyboarding for my career, but I storyboarded using Dark Souls characters to make it more interesting, because like in my brain it felt more fun to contextualize in that manner. And actually when I did that, it was pretty good quality work, because I had to do like a storyboard for a medieval times what do you call it, commercial. That was a project, and by tweaking it ever so slightly towards something that I felt more comfortable with, that wasn't so cheesy, I think that kind of put it over the edge and made it more interesting to me, but also in the product department. Like, I think it was more interesting to other people to see it set in that context as well, where it was no longer just a regular fantasy, but it was like this kind of dark fantasy. So using that as an example, like, you can always think of an assignment, grasp what it is that they're trying to teach you, and then, you know, go off on your own path, because in the end, these assignments aren't going to help you if you don't try to apply it to what you're trying to do later on. And they're not going to, you're only going to do work that looks like everybody else's if you don't see it in like a fun light. So my advice for you, if you are like going through art school, is like, look at every assignment, think about how you can make it more fun for yourself, and then, like, you know, does it matter that you got a B instead of an A? No. In the end, you're gonna get a diploma and nobody's gonna care about your grades. Just think about, okay, well, let's, like, how do I make this portfolio worthy to me, so that even if I don't follow the instructions to the T, it'll make this a much more productive time for me to be working on this project that otherwise would have no benefit to me. I think that's something that I would probably say about that, Jason. But anyways, good stuff from Wolfie. Clap, clap, clap. But I think that was 6 down. We're 6 down now. We're a little under halfway. And yeah, I think these are going pretty fast, actually. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, okay. Yeah.
All right, here you go. This is another message for you guys, and that one is from Lenoir. So Lenoir is next. We're gonna close that one. Under construction, it says. Huh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, let me restart this timer and let's see what they're saying on their message. But I'm pretty sure we'll go to
it worked for
portfolio.
just, if you click on portfolio,
Yeah.
it should pop up some stuff.
Okay, so let's go to illustrations, because that's what we're creating today.
Okay.
And we'll just keep it right here while I go over what they're saying. Okay, so Lenoir says, homepage is still whip. Fair enough. My art goal is to draw comics, but since that probably won't pay the bills, and because I need practice, I also dived into other territories, which might or might not have been a good idea. Trying out new things showed me that any kind of art can be fun and challenging, and it completely overwhelmed me. While building the homepage, I did not know what I should focus on, since I like all the different things I tackled, and it might be too much, quote unquote. I already left out half of it, so I was wondering if diversity in art is a good or bad thing to show. My main focus, besides my end goal, will probably be illustration or merchandise, no emotes, stickers, but I'd be happy to get an overall feedback. Another problem I know I have is consistency, since I haven't really developed a certain style yet. I hope it comes with time, but I'm also doing studies based on artists I like. Thanks for the opportunity. I already learned a lot from the previous streams. All right. So, yeah, let's take a look at these.
So colorful.
Oh, I didn't
Very
start the timer
colorful.
yet. There you go.
Wow.
All right, navigate me wherever you want to go.
Farties first.
Whoever. Farty.
where's Farty?
Damn it, Calvin. Damn it.
Farties?
Okay. Huh? No, it's it's what Calvin just called me. Just click. Just you could toggle through any of them.
I'll go
We could just,
to the
scroll
first
through.
one.
Yeah. First of all, I feel for you when it comes to the consistency. It's tough. I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably not the best person to get advice from regarding that. I would actually talk to Calvin. Shut up, Calvin. Don't say anything because yes, you are very consistent within your work. But anyway, I digress. One of the biggest things that I would say when it comes to just, I guess, overall illustration and then getting into merchandising. You could actually, an artist that just kind of popped up in my head because I'm just also going through this stuff. I look up Tony Infante. He holy shit, his work is insane, and I say that because I know you had mentioned comics, but they seem to be someone who is relatively diverse in what they do, and I think that is somebody that you can learn from. And I do want to preface, and maybe it's just my copium, but I honestly find diversity in a creative to be a strong suit, not something that is a negative. If anything, diversity shows that you have the ability to tackle multiple things, but I can see that where it could hang you up is if, let's say, you needed to work on a project or a specific job per se, and X person were to look at your body of work, they would clearly see that you have capabilities to do those things, but I think it would help to categorize those things within your portfolio. Like, I know you have like illustrations and stuff like that, but I mean breaking them down from like, you know, your character illustrations to maybe if you are touching up on like character designs and stuff, put a little section for that, just so they can have things to sift through. What else did you say? Oh, okay. Style. Fucking style. A style is just an accumulation of things that you learn throughout your journey and things that you hold on to from artists that you learn from. I won't go crazy into that because that will take us forever, but allow for your style to just develop on its own, and really think of your style as your signature. It's just repetitive things that you do that people take notice of, whether it's the way that you use color, lighting, the way that you do faces. All of that is style. I'm done.
Why do you say that like you're like being punished?
Because I'll go
Put
too
your hand
long.
down, Miss Charmii.
I'll go too long. I'm done.
Give us the talking stick.
I disagree about the diversity thing. I do think diversity is valuable, but I think it's only valuable, I guess, depending on what your goals are with art. If your ultimate goal is to be an individual that's selling individual merchandise, that's trying to make your own personality, I think the only thing diversity will do in that situation is maybe increase your potential chances of various different kinds of work you can do within your to improve yourself as like a self-employed artist. I think, like, of course, like, if you also understand how to do 3D super fucking sick, you might be able to get 3D jobs too. Like, But if your goal is to just like be your individual, sell merch, maybe sell stickers, prints, etc., I think it's so important just to like really be so strong in a particular thing. Maybe after that you branch off into maybe like dipping your toes in some other things. But if you're trying to do something, I guess, with what you have, I guess, soon, I think you should probably focus on being strong in one thing. Because I think early on, when you're developing your skills, the more you diversify, the more you become a jack of all trades and a master of none, which is not a terrible thing, but I think it's a better thing to be really fucking good at one thing and then maybe also be pretty good at some other things too. And then maybe you can get really fucking good at those other things. But the only thing you're going to do is slow yourself down until you're going to slow yourself down by trying to perfect all these various different things. As far as style, what Charmii said is correct. You don't really create your style. It comes naturally over like so much time of you consuming different artists, influences. It's a big Frankenstein of various. You become a Frankenstein of various artists that influence you. You don't pick and choose from like a list of styles and then say that's what I want. You might be like, I like the eyes of that artist. I like the way the artist draws legs. I like the way that artist draws the elbows, whatever the fuck you take. That's gonna all like, over time of constant studying and then like, using information from your influences, that's gonna develop your ultimate style at the end. That's what it's always been about, and people don't really realize it until they're like fucking been doing art for 30 years, and they're like, oh shit, that's my style, I didn't realize. Because people usually tell you what your style is. That's when you have your style, when people are like, oh, you look like you've been influenced by whatever, and at first I might seem like, man, fuck you, I'm my own artist. But you never were, you've always been borrowing, picking and choosing little things. You're a breed of something, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. You should be proud of that. Like, holy fuck, dude, I got compared to one of my favorite artists. That's super tight. I don't want to go heavy-handed on the diverse thing. I think it is good, but I'm not trying to like blow up your shit, but I do think if you keep your focus, you'll get probably more commissions because people are going to want more of what you do. They're not going to want, like, if you're mediocre at something else, then they're not going to give a fuck about that. But if you're really fucking good at being noir, I am noir, this is what I provide. If you're good at that, people are going to want that. So the more you dip into other things, people don't know what you're about. They don't know what they want from you. I think at least initially that is such a strong thing to have. And then, like I said, later on, that's when you can like develop your other stuff. But I guess when it comes to general things I notice about your art, I think fundies. I do think you need to work on like maybe understanding your different forms. Very boring resonant sleeper stuff, but it's good. Like it's good, it's valuable, but like form, for me, it's always been form and gesture, especially when you're drawing characters. Form, gesture. Anatomy's dead last for me, but it's important. But
same, honestly.
Form, gesture all day, every day. Your colors are already pretty strong. Of course, that's going to be something else that I think develops when you understand your form and gesture. You're going to be able to have stronger colors because you're going to be able to shade and properly like light and amplify what you already have. But yeah, other than that, I mean, you're already in kind of like a good direction, I say, when it comes to just expressing. You're not scared of colors, which a lot of artists suffer with because they're too busy trying to capture like this kind of realism that doesn't exist, but you're just like really leaning into it. So only thing that's going to come is just good, if you just keep like focusing on things that are like fundamental.
Yeah,
but that's that's what I gotta say.
There's a question for you, Calvin.
Question? No questions. No, I'm kidding.
You heard the man.
Form is the understanding of just basic shapes that like bodies and stuff. Well, for this instance, since we're talking about characters, form is like your basic understanding of like what kind of forms your bodies make. So like the very boring stuff you usually see of like people drawing like cylinders and squares and cubes and stuff. And then when it comes to gesture is a kind of like the basic shape an entire figure makes. So like if you look at a person walking, what is that basic gesture? You're essentially embodying an entire person's physical form into one shape. And that's the gesture of the, of the shape. Or of the figure of the person, etc. That's my explanation of it, at least.
Yeah, it's just basically like the pose and how like the weight distributes. I think for me, like gesture is like, and like basically the movement and the flow of it, right? Yeah, like basically what you're saying. I think something that Noir is actually really good at, but it's really subtle to see, is space and graphic nature stuff. Like the use of space here and the graphicness of this is actually quite impressive. It's so different from everything else that I'm wondering if like that is something that was heavily referenced. Like I don't know what it is about this piece, but like this actually really caught my eye. This could be,
it looks pretty sick.
Yeah, this is like a poster for like a convention or something, like Designer Con or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Hey people, would you join us in raising your shields, because Cha-Cha has just come in with his entire band of merry troublemakers. So I need you to help me fight them. Get them out of here.
Hold! Oh.
Thank you.
Pew.
That was actually very good.
Hold.
Shut up.
Okay, yeah, no. Yeah, Calvin, you gotta work on it a little bit more.
What?
My band of worms. Cha-Cha, thank you so much for coming by with your people and people from Cha-Cha's channel. Hi, my name is Ao Jimbo, and we're currently going over some portfolios tonight. This is 7, right? This is number 7. We have 6 more to go after this, and I was just saying how Lenoir's work here is quite reminiscent of like a nice poster or something for a convention. I think that their use of space and their design work is actually particularly strong. For example, stuff like this, like even though it's like illustrative design, it's not like completely 100% design, but they are using design elements to tackle the assignment, basically, is what they're trying to do. And I can definitely see in many ways how this could be of value to a client. I mean, even work in like a graphic novel style. It's something that I feel like is very hard to grasp for a lot of illustrators who want to really go over the top of their shit. And minimizing and cutting back on certain elements can really do your art some justice. I see that in this too, where it's like there is a lot of breathing room. Even though there's like line work on the page as well, there's a lot of breathing room here for a lot of the details to pop out. So that's definitely a strength that I think you have, Noir. I feel like you can work in that graphic nature in your other art, and some of your more people-based art, and that might actually give you a very unique edge to your pieces. I don't know, it's just a suggestion, but I think that that's what I see. I see that you're very strong in your usage of space in these particular pieces here. Before you close the HP, go back to the portfolio menu and look at the tabs. You're fucking kidding me.
Oh.
Yeah, so these are your strongest pieces yet, I think. Especially this
Amazing.
one. Very strong. Reminds me of Meow Wolf art. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, by the way, if you guys don't know what Meow Wolf is, it's like this little like place in Vegas that you can visit. It's like an installation art place. I recommend it. It's pretty cool. But yeah, this is pretty amazing, I would like to say. Who the hell is this? Also, I would be Satsuki in this particular situation. Anyways. Good stuff from Lenoir. Clap, clap, clap.
Clap, clap, clap.
Strongest portfolio I've ever seen. This is
Clap,
your
clap.
favorite mod?
Potch, potch, potch.
Watch. I forgot to play the applause, but good stuff. Up next. By the way, Chacha, once again, thank you for the raid. And if there's anything you want to share, put a link in the chat if you're still here. But I am not going to pull it up because, in the interest of time, I need to move on. Next we have Steven
What the hell
Preston.
is Steve doing here?
I know, what is this dude? This guy is like, this is just promotion. It's just
Wow.
promotion.
It's a free promotion, dude. Congrats, Steve.
You really did it this time, Steve. Hang on, let me copy the link and put it here so you guys can see what Steve's up to. I almost knocked over my drink and shit because I'm so angry.
Spilling coffee again.
Yeah, whatever is left. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna start off the timer here. Hopefully, Steve's here to catch all this heat. My style would be stylized art with render. I'm influenced mainly by two artists, Dave Greco. I almost said Grave Deco, which is also a really cool name, and Max Grecki. For the moment, I'm currently working on art from my Patreon. Outside of that, I would love to get more commission or freelance illustration work. My strongest areas would be my speed. My weakness would be my anatomy at times, and sometimes painting different material textures. I currently don't do a lot of commission work. I wonder if I should have a separate section for commissions on my portfolio. Jimbo suggested making the contact page a commission page. And that is all that Steven has said.
That's all you, Calvin. Literally.
What the? Hold
It
on,
is!
I gotta review what they said again real quick. Hold on.
Wow, not even listening.
I was listening. I'm just trying to like find out exactly what I'm gonna tackle when. Where's Steve's thing? Oh, here it is. I got it.
I sent it to you, yeah. I think there's some pretty
Can
good work. Go ahead, yeah.
Huh? Oh no, I was just gonna say, one of my favorite things about Steven's work is his use of shapes, and the way that he renders. I've said this to him before, but I just wanted to showcase that because it'd be nice. It'd be real nice.
Yeah. I think that's one of the strongest part about Steven's work is like the style. I don't really see a lot of stuff that's in this style. And I can definitely tell when it's one of Steven's work, one of Steven's pieces. It's so hard to describe what it is exactly. But it has something to do with the cleanliness of the edges. The fact that it almost looks like it was done in Illustrator or something, right? There's like a certain like design philosophy behind it, even. Where there are certain areas that are simplified to an extent. For example, like this hand here, where like all this stuff just kind of falls off into like this gray, but it's such a stark and sharp line and edge that turns into painting rather than just being like a cell shaded part, or like there's a little room for nuance in the planes so that it's very clear. It's a very clear read from a very far away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
It's kind of hard to I don't know what Steve wants. I read their stuff and like, do you want to do commissions? Are you not getting enough? Like I guess that's like a question. Because I want to say something productive, but I also don't know
what would be productive.
What would be productive for what exactly you want.
Yeah. I feel you. Is Steven here? Yeah, Steven's here.
He's here.
Yeah, they did Calvin 24 mad. They're looking at me, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
We're all just sitting here. All right, so I think one thing that I want to say, just like since we're already here, one thing that I've always thought about your style is that something that Calvin said earlier, which is faces. I think that the faces that you make are very particular to your style. but they can be a little bit more, how do I say this? They could be a little bit more like the characters that you're creating. For example, this Zelda up here, like, yes, that's Zelda. I can tell because of the character design, the costuming, and all that. But I think, in particular, Zelda herself has a very small, dainty nose. You kind of have given her this, like, you know, bigger, like, hooked nose. And I think that stuff like that is very, very important to fans who are, you know, into those IPs. They'll kind of be able to sniff you from far away, whether or not, you know, you really paid attention to those faces. Pun not intended. Yeah, you know, stuff like that. Little things like anatomy, like this over here as well, right? Like the arm is a little bit small compared to like the perspective of everything else. Just very little things like that you need to pay attention to a little bit more, so that you can really sell the idea of that character and you know, not have anything else distracting from that representation. I think little things like that will definitely help people's perception of what you're able to do, right? Because I know that it's not that you're not able to do that, it's just that something that maybe you didn't pay attention to as much as some other stuff. And also, like, for example, Peach as well, right here, same thing with the face. It's like almost like it's like there's so much detail in this face as compared to the rest of this. It's okay for you to vignette, like, and to make the face a focal point, and also like the hands a focal point, and render them a little bit more, but really try to have that detail explode outwards, so that, you know, just outside of the face there's a little more detail, and it vignettes, and when it gets to the edge, then you can lose detail as much as you have lost it all the way out here. There's like some sharpness out here as well, right, with the daisies, and I think like that's actually some places where you can actually take out some attention. You can literally just leave those daisies as is without putting that much attention to their lighting and their cast shadow, because what it's doing is telling us that, yes, we can see all this detail out here, so why are we also not seeing the detail elsewhere if we can see all these details of these little tiny flowers? And in that sense, you are correlating in not a so good way that the rest of the stuff is not detailed at all. It's not meant to be detailed. It's no longer that it's an element of the painting for you to lose and subtract detail, and as you move away from the focal point, it's now saying that because you've got so much detail here, why are you also not seeing some sort of you know, embellishment in other places? So in that sense, it starts to make the rest of your piece look flat or like not attended to. So I would be careful with little things like that. And also, again, likeness of the character. I think like the Peach that we all know has like a more heart-shaped face, and I think also giving her this shape of eyes is probably not so kin to her character as we know her. It really depends on what you're trying to say about the character, right? So you can also use, in certain contexts, like, you know, this type of facial rendering to say something more serious about the piece, or you know, maybe she's a little more badass, but we don't see that being supported by the rest of this piece. The rest of this piece feels happy. It feels very jubilant, and I feel like the expression and also like the way that you've rendered her face feels like she might be. It's more confrontational. So things like that could also be taken into account when you're trying to finish a full illustration like this. So as not to ramble, if there's anything you guys wanted to add, go ahead.
The only thing that, first of all those are fantastic points, because I'm like, oh yeah, now that you're mentioning it, yeah, okay, yeah, I can see that. In some of your work, Steven, you have a dilemma that I had, big head syndrome, and I think that it, because I you know, I'm very used to seeing your work. I'm like, oh yeah, it fits what you're doing. But then when I was also like going through not only your site, but then I was going through your Instagram as well, there was just like a couple of pieces where I'm like, okay, yeah, yeah. And then sometimes it's vice versa, where the head is smaller but the features are bigger, and that is pretty akin to your Zelda face. Um, and it's so hard sometimes because a lot of these fandoms are so picky. They are so picky about how their characters look and their their favorites. And I think just being able to capture not just likeness, but there's a very delicate feel that's within some of these characters that I think you could play into that would just strengthen what you already have. Um, those are really my two biggest things I would say.
I guess something else that I think I've noticed on dynamic lighting, I feel like you never particularly explore any different lighting scenarios. So a lot of your pieces share the same kind of like neutral lighting situation. I know your style is very kind of like it's a little more on the cartoon side. But you can totally like put characters in, like, for example, this Urbosa piece. Like if that character was getting hit by like a direct sunlight from a direction and it was like really like over just like super fucking bright, it can like bring just that much more visual interest. You have the Miss Marvel cover, where you could have maybe benefited from like a strong moonlight to like really set a tone. Like you don't really set any particular tones in your work, when you really could push some of these pieces, especially since you have like, you're not scared of doing like environments, you know. So there's an artist that I know.
Well,
Calvin, come back.
I'm gone. I'm back.
You're
What did
back.
I say? Whatever. I know there's an artist. There's an artist that you follow, which I just put in the chat, that has a super stylistic style. Like it's very similar in a way. It's super adorable and it's like bubbly characters, not that much detailed for the characters at all. But from piece to piece, there's like such like a heavy emphasis on just like different dynamic lighting scenarios. So like it's not just a character sitting at a beach, it's a character sitting at a beach when there's like directional lighting hitting like the side of their face. It's like tone, it's always a tone being set. That I think that's probably the one thing your pieces like really lack, like that tone setting feeling. So I think you might have found like a safe spot for your lighting currently. It might be from like your history working with like, you know, whatever companies you worked for to do like your various like board game projects and stuff like that. But you know, you can just benefit from just that little oomph, you know. Like nighttime scenes, daytime scenarios, maybe like cyberpunk lighting, like all kinds of different things. That's just to make your stuff stand out even more. But that's about it for me. And I guess I agree with what Jimbo said about faces as well. I think your two OC pictures, well, you have the one Sylvia piece. I think that's probably my favorite face that you've done personally. Like I think it's super adorable and it has like nice balance, like a cute nose and stuff like that. Because I'm looking at it from the perspective of like a consumer. I wouldn't regularly be attracted to the style of faces you draw, but I think this one is the one that stood out to me. So when I think about it on a broader scale, when it comes to like, you know, who would come to your Patreon, who would buy a print from you, who would buy a sticker from you, that's like the first thing I probably would want to like. That's the first thing I would notice, and that's probably the first thing that would maybe stop me or push me into buying like something, especially if a character I really like. And if it doesn't identify as that character I like, then I wouldn't really get super turned up about it. But yeah, that's all I would really point out.
Yeah, I think these are all super good points. In an otherwise very very successful portfolio, I feel like not only is the presentation like very, very good, I think that you know, having one piece, maybe a couple of pieces per like line here, like per horizontal, is like very good, very appealing, and makes me want to scroll more. I think the color usage that Steven employs is like top notch, just because I can't imagine myself using such saturated colors and being able to balance everything. I think that I think these are really things that will help make Steven's work look even better, but not that it's like not already immaculate,
Like it won't take away from Steve's aesthetic.
Yeah,
It'll just
exactly. It will
amplify
only
Yeah,
add
yeah,
to it. Yeah, like look at this freaking look at the background of this too. Like there's a lot of things that I feel like he puts into his work that are very subtle. You don't really notice it at first glance because there's something that's being like served on a silver platter to you, and then you'll like notice these little subtle somethings in his work that really help. For example, like things like this little tiny background back here, like these little tiny subtle
like
textures
subtle
that you
gear
don't, yeah,
symbol.
exactly.
Mhm.
Like that also like helps to reinforce how clean the foreground is, the subject, and how like I guess blemish less like her skin is. Stuff like that is like very subtle that like I think Steven does a lot of that we don't notice, but it helps to support the main overall subject. But good stuff from Steven. Claps all around once again. Ooh,
Beautiful.
fuck did I
Clap,
just-
clap.
Beautiful.
Clap, 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 clap. Good work, good work. All right. Next up, what do we have? I think okay, this is Tay-Tay's. And let me go and pull this one up here. Here is the link for y'all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Damn, this is pretty.
And I'm gonna scroll down just a sec. And I'm gonna do this. Tay-Tay wrote a whole essay. Whole dissertation.
Oh my.
All right. It's quite a mouthful, so I apologize if I skim over some things. Tay-Tay says, "Hello, I'm Tay-Tay, or Creative Taylay on my Insta, and this is my portfolio. Most of my life, Japanese and Western media are what I've been exposed to: games, comics, shows, etc. I have many artistic influences. To name a few: Sozomaika, that's Kidding, Tiny Painty, Momopachi, Sean Sketches, many more. My future goals are to become more ambitious with my art, tell stories through my pieces, and share/create things that show my interests with those that feel the same way. I'm aiming to get into character design, graphic design, merch, commission work, comics, and illustration. So just like us, like we're just fucking trying to get into everything at the same time. I'm not that interested in getting into a big company like I used to. If anything, I'm more interested in indie stuff and working on my own personal projects than getting hired at a big studio, but it's not off the table completely. I feel like that one of my strongest areas in the career process is that I'm able to branch into different mediums of style: painting, illustration, rendering. However, I'd say I have a lot of weaknesses as well, like drawing backgrounds, having consistent style, taking things slow, static pieces, anatomy, and not going into more depth. From your perspective, what would you say are my strengths and weaknesses? Do you agree with me, or do you think that there's more? What specifically should I be working on in order to better myself? In terms of my future goals, do you think I'm on the right track with the work I'm doing right now? If not, what can I do to fix that? I feel like I've been stuck in place or lost with my art. How do you overcome this? And this is their body of work. So wherever you want to navigate, let me know.
Wonderful. That scroll up. The Happy Easter, so fucking cute. That is so cute. Oh my gosh.
Fucking every time, dude. Every fucking time. An Easter egg, truly.
Always. Let's see. I'm trying to condense my response here. Okay, so you said you feel that you're strongest in the creative process to be able to branch into different mediums of style. Yeah, I can see you. You're very explorative. I would preface it that way. You explore a lot, which also I guess that goes back to what I had mentioned about diversity, but I'm just again that's just my own view. But Calvin did make a point in one of the earlier reviews regarding it's almost like branding in a way. The more that you are, I guess, consistent in a specific thing, people recognize you for that, right? Like that's your voice that ends up ultimately being your style, and then amongst an array of art that we see on a daily, you develop that enough, and then people are like, oh, that's
Charmii? Oh my
Charmii?
god, you guys.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
I
not your
have
fault.
okay. No. I have the push to talk, and I'm holding down the talk button, and then I think there's like a duration, and it just goes
No,
out.
that's fucking me up too, dude.
It
Oh,
is?
is that what it
I thought it
is?
was just because I'm like holding down this damn button. I'm like, hello.
Wait, why don't you guys just do voice activation? I'm
Because
hang on, let me
the
pause
channel
this.
doesn't allow it.
You're
You
fucking
literally
kidding me. No
policed
way.
this-
Really?
No,
You
it
policed
literally
this
says-
channel.
You
we
didn't
couldn't
you
do
didn't
it.
tell me this whole time?
Wait, I
Oh
thought
god,
you-
I
I
feel
thought you
so
decided
bad.
that because people were saying, like, slurs or something.
No. Oh jeez, god. Hang on, let me I'm so sorry.
Calvin
Hang
and I
on,
got in here,
wait.
couldn't even talk to each other. I was like, oh, okay.
Use voice
We're just
activity.
gonna stay in
Yes.
silence.
Yes. Use voice activity, please. Hang on, give me a second. Use voice activity. Okay, there we go. You guys should be fine now.
Now I gotta switch it back.
I gotta turn this shit off.
Right,
Hold on.
same. Hold on, yeah.
You guys should have said something, Smile.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh god,
that's-
thank
that's
God.
better.
That is better. Damn.
Yeah, like I was I thought you were doing like yeah, Jimmo gotta like, be careful because who knows what
Dude, me
people are saying when the push the chat's not turned on. Man, I hate that motherfucker Lily bombed me, dude. What the fuck? Oh shit, it's on.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh.
Wow. Professional streamer Jimbo. Clap clap.
Not a professional Discord
Um,
user though, so
Yeah. What was I saying? God damn it, Jimbo. Oh yeah, so yeah, about the whole diversity thing. And wanting to branch off into your own thing. So my own biases aside, Calvin is not particularly wrong. He's not wrong. I think it is important to hold on to those things. Like, are you going into character designs? Are you doing portraits? Are you doing specifically illustrations, splash art? Yeah, the list can go on. You know the list. The other thing that you had mentioned, let's see, weaknesses. Something specifically that you feel to better yourself. Now, I guess my question is to you though: is that are you just talking general terms, or like anything specific artistically? Because I don't want to give it like a blanket statement, and then that ends up not being at all what you had, what you wanted us to respond to. But I guess in kind of until maybe you respond to that in general terms, I suppose. Okay. I know you had put Sozo down, and something that I notice that Sozo does in her work is that's very noticeable is these avant-garde high fashion pinup characters. And Sozo has a very skillful way of rendering and using graphic and textures to really pull her pieces together. If she is somebody that you particularly would like to study from, something that I would pay attention to in her work, which I don't know if you want to do pinup, so we'll just take that part out and use the skill set. you can study the way that she frames her pieces. I think that's something that, in addition to many other things that Sozo is strong at, that's something that's always captivated my attention with her work. And it creates like it literally creates like a story on a canvas without her characters particularly being in an environment that, you know, you would see like, oh, if there's like a character on the beach or anything. Like Sozo has the ability to pull you in, and it's something that I just find to be really powerful. And even in the way that you use color in some of your pieces, like one of your oh my gosh, what is it, the very first one, and then the bunny one, I can absolutely see some of that pouring into your work. Even with how you create this stroke that's on the outside of your work, is very akin to some of the pieces that Sozo has. And I think that you are capturing pieces of that. And I would even say do some additional studies of her stuff. Even, of course, I'm only saying Sozo because I'm not familiar with the others that you've mentioned. So I can only speak from that point of view. But yeah, as far as getting into your own stuff, it is important to have a thing or a niche. I feel like that's been going around a lot more lately. Niching down. What is something that you want to specialize in?
I agree with the niching down. I think that there's a lot of stuff to take in here, and as good of a portfolio I think it also is a little scattered. I think what you're strongest in is probably what I see in like the first two columns here. And I think it's because it's a style that feels a little more developed, a little more complex, but also simple in a certain way. I especially really like this piece because of the lighting. Though I do feel like...
That's so sick.
Yeah, so sick.
It reminds me of Charmii's piece, actually, of what's her face from whatever they call it? Chainsaw Fella.
Oh, Makima?
Yeah. Charmii has a Makima piece that has like a very subtle lighting situation as well. That's kind of...
Yeah, with like a similar with a similar like color palette and also you know, the setting with the, you know, the formal wear and stuff. Yeah, I think that this is pretty strong. Calvin, what do you have to say?
Yeah, your stuff is fucking incredible. I love your colors. And I see your you wear your influences on your sleeve. I do notice that you are hiding a lot of your flaws in plain sight. You're really good at doing faces, but I think anything below your faces, I think you are purposely hiding, or you're being sneaky, you know. It's fine, it happens. It's natural, because you're like, damn, I can't draw arms, for example, because I don't see you draw any arms or hands really. So I think you know these things, right? So I think, like, you know, focusing on, you know, that very obvious stuff is probably, you know, in your benefit, but you don't need that shit either, because your faces are so fucking strong and your colors are really fucking strong. So to us, we're artists, so we're gonna be like, yeah, you could probably work on that, but like to the people that you want to sell shit to, they don't know. They're gonna be like, damn, look how cute that is, and look at these colors. You brought up Micah again. I'm gonna bring up Micah because I know, like, me and Charmii know Micah, so it's personal. But first of all, Micah will just help you if you ask them, to be honest. Because they're so liberal with their knowledge. But also, you don't need backgrounds. You mentioned like backgrounds. You mentioned like you're not good at insert that or this. You don't need any of that shit. Charmii mentioned it, like the graphic design approach is a thing you can approach with. Being a good artist and being a professional artist is not the same thing as being like, well, being a good artist is not the same thing as being a professional working artist. Those are completely separate beasts. So if you want to do this shit now and make money now, you have it. You have exactly what you need, because your shit pops straight off the canvas. you can just, keep pushing those things that you're strong at, and then on the side, work on the things that you're weak with. That being potentially maybe like your bodies. That's like literally all I can point out, like your actual, like maybe the way you character, like you draw bodies and hands and stuff like that, because it's not really present. But like little things like that will, like, you would get more information on the piece. Like I'm noticing this picture of the quirky sword girl OC. That, like, if that was like, if that level of, like, how you portrayed the body and stuff is implied to your other headshots, that'll be just that much more of an interesting piece to look at. This picture, Lung Killers, which is so fucking sick, you're hiding everything else, like, and I think that's probably on purpose. Even though to someone that's not an artist, because I'm used to hiding shit that I'm weak at drawing, this is so freaking powerful. But at the same time, I think because you are probably forcing yourself to hide certain things, you are probably taking away the potential information that you'll need to show the viewer of whatever you're trying to sell them, like the full picture. Do you know what I mean? So like, I can appreciate it on the level of an artist, but like, if you want to sell this, is the viewer going to be able to understand the like subtle nuance that you're doing? Are you going to be able to portray the character in these very, like, I guess, specific lighting scenarios and stuff like that? You can look at Jimbo. Jimbo's actually a good example of that. Jimbo does very subtleties. Like if you look at their very popular Jinx piece, it's a very subtle piece. She's crying. The detail is focused around her face, but you get enough information to be like, that's fucking Jinx. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know if this is a character from something in particular, but like if you do want to do these high concept lighting and color scenarios, in like its illustrated style, I feel like this Lung Killers picture, if this was like a popular character, this can sell really fucking well. But if the viewer doesn't know what they're looking at like the first glance, you might lose that person on a potential sell. I keep bringing up sales, but I'm like, I don't want people to like to go to college and study shit they don't give a fuck about, and like,
then not
like
make money.
You can do a lot of not make money.
Yeah.
So you can do a lot of this stuff now, if you just like push that like information to the foreground and then work out the kinks in the little kinks. Maybe you can start off by just studying like the upper body, so you can get more bust in your portfolio. Because bust illustrations are really good at, like, people love looking at stuff like that. You get a full, like, really beautiful picture of a character without like drawing an entire illustration, but like your headshots are incredible. So imagine if your headshots were like half a body that was sold as a print. You know what I mean? Instead of a floating head, you have something that someone can really be attached to. Because the skills are obviously there. Like all the way at the bottom, there's a picture called There's a picture called Sun Goddess, which is ironic because it's all yellow. But it's this is something that I think people will like immediately gravitate to. Even though I think this is obviously like not as strong as your pieces above, but this is the kind of composition that is iconic to a lot of people when they're scrolling on their when they're scrolling up and down social medias and stuff like that. So I hope that makes sense, because this shit's hella good.
It is. I know we're out of time, Jimbo. There was somebody had asked a question. I didn't know if you wanted to touch on it or
no, go for it. Yeah, just pull it up, bring it up. Oh, is it the pitiful Doombot one?
Yeah.
Could focusing on prioritizing the sales sort of discourage artistic focus on artistic elements that clients/customers won't immediately or meaningfully pick up on? And I think, yes, shifting your priorities on whether or not something is for sale or for personal satisfaction, or even like a show of skill to other artists can affect the way that you do your art. For example, like whenever I do my paintings, I have to err on the side of clarity rather than subtlety. Like there's a lot of painters, like the way I like to paint is very suggestive, and I would love to explore nuances in my values, but the thing is, people are not going to be able to see that as well at a convention, or maybe even when they're scrolling. The eyes gravitate more toward contrast, and contrast is going to win out a lot more over subtlety and understanding of the nuances of color theory and all that. That's more for artists to you know, kind of pick apart for themselves. But for the general public, those values are going to be much more important for them to see what is going on, and maybe even latch onto that piece of fan art that, you know, they're so inclined to you know, be arrested by. So you want to like prioritize different things depending on what the point of that particular piece is. Yeah, and yeah, to answer your question in short, yes, you do want to. It does change the priorities of the particular piece depending on who you're making it for.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sound, I guess, completely soulless when I'm answering like questions about how to make a sale. But like you said, you weren't interested in industry anymore, Tay. So I was thinking like you do have to not sacrifice, but like you do have to play the balancing act a bit in like how you want to personally portray your work and how you want the consumer to look at your work. You can get artists busting a nut about your art all day, but they're not buying your shit. They're making their shit.
Yeah.
So you can still have your personal projects that are foundationally like, I want to make something artistic and gorgeous, but at the same time you have to switch your brain onto that marketing mode, because you're doing both jobs at this point. Like if you're doing this full time, you have to be a marketing person and you have to be an artist, and it's tough, but you know, that's why most of my answers to people that are talking about jobs and money is in that direction.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm like a demon that's like clout only, make money. It's more of like I'm trying to help people do this because it's realistic, it's possible, especially when you see the artwork and like the skill that's at hand.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep.
Agreed.
Otherwise, an amazing portfolio. Yeah, just a little bit more understanding of like, you know, shapes and form, and you know, do a little bit more bodies. I think they'll do you a lot of good because you already have a really good eye for aesthetic, and you have very established style. So good stuff. All right, claps. Good stuff. Clap.
Yeah.
All right. Next, what do we have next? Oh, let's go with that. Next is Yoma. Let me go and pull up what Yoma said. And here is your link. By the way, if you guys need to use the restroom or anything, let me know. How are you guys feeling?
I already
Late
pissed
for that,
myself.
huh?
Well,
Yeah,
wait,
me
what, you have a diaper on or something? You guys came prepared?
Nope. The moist chair.
Soggy chair.
I mean, you're fish, so your chair's used to it.
Wow.
All right, we got Yoma over here.
How long is your streams usually? Or you just go?
What do you mean?
Like, is there like an end time? Because I feel like we've overextended every single one, and I'm wondering if you're like, oh my god,
Get me
Calvin,
out of here.
We're okay. I took my shit, and also I've held it in so far this time that you know, it's gone. It's gone. It's like
okay.
it's imploded.
It's
yeah,
back inside.
yeah. It's no longer knocking at the door. You know. All right, we've got here Yoma. Let me go and start this. Pitiful Doombot, thank you for the gifts. I'm gonna start the timer here. Yoma, I have two styles that I'm striving to achieve: a semi-realistic / anime style and a more simplified / simple version based off my main style. A few of my inspirations for these styles are Kufushionov Ilya, Kozaki Yusuke, Kohei Horikoshi, and Take Oekaki. My primary aim is to be a freelance illustrator involved with video games, whether that means working on my own or working on someone else's game. I'm also interested in concept art, but I have no finished sheets to show currently. The weaknesses that immediately stand out to me are background/landscapes, and I'm not confident in my finished product, color, and rendering. I don't know what my strengths are, which is what I'm hoping to figure out with this review. Figure out where I should maintain what I have going for me and where I should be looking to grow. Thank you for this opportunity to grow even further. P.S. I haven't really rendered any pieces until a few months ago, so I apologize for the small body of work. That's what they've got said, and I'm going to go and scroll down here just a bit.
Okay. Oh, immediately, yeah. What's her name? Her. Who is she?
Oscar?
She's cute. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm like, who is that? And then the bottom one, below this one right here. I can absolutely see the Kushyanov influence there, and I think they're fantastic artists to study from regarding the direction that you want to go. I guess. I mean, like that. I'm thinking. I'm just thinking. One. Actually, no. Give me a second. Let me think.
All good.
Calvin. Yeah, or Jimbo. I just
Calvin.
want to get my thoughts right. I just. I don't want to waste
throwing this
time.
hot potato around. I'm over here like, okay.
I don't
want to
waste time. So
like,
let me
catch.
just...
I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. Don't drop it.
I've always really liked your stuff, Yoma. I think mainly something that stands out to me is probably very obvious stuff. I think a lot of you guys need to stop giving a fuck about backgrounds unless you're really trying to do background work. If you want to focus on character design, do character design. If you want to focus on doing merch, you can do that. I think background stuff is good, but I think like unless it's directly going to be within your work, like if you said you wanted to do game design, are you going to game design backgrounds too? There's artists that do all kinds of different departures. Not everyone's rim gyms over here being a psycho. You can focus on a thing and then get really good at that thing, and then that can be the selling point that you use for your stuff. So like right now, if I were to point at something, I see that like you can probably use like work on your colors. I feel like your pictures are kind of on like the dollar side. You might be hugging a little bit too far the left of your color square or your color wheel or whatever, where it's like a little bit more gray. I do understand the desire to get like this kind of realistic aesthetic when you're capturing colors, but I do think that everything that you're like the colors you do ultimately choose are just too dull, too gray, and it's kind of like lifeless sometimes. Even when it comes to like your very saturated like pink girl at the very bottom, even the Pikachu, you're doing I think like a lot of like multiply layer type stuff instead of like really understanding what kind of colors in the environment are going to interact with these characters that can like make them so much more lush. Like Hatsune Miku is like she's like a really sharp blue Animu girl, and you kind of muddy her up a bit by not like really pushing those blues, you know what I mean, like in her big Animu eyes, like all that stuff that can all be like pushed. Asuka's like skin complexion, like it's very dull. It almost can feel lifeless because there's no like real blood pumping through the skin shading that you've picked. You have lips drawn, but lips aren't particularly like fleshed out. You know, you don't have to draw like lips. You know, I know a lot of anime artists don't even bother with a mouth practically. But you might be able to do something with like a tonal shift. Like you can put blush on the top of her nose and cheeks, leading down to her face. And you have this really flat tone. It just zaps away like the life that they can have. The hair is almost gray. Try to hug the right side of your color slab where it's all saturated. Obviously, don't just paint saturated, but I think it's better to be more saturated than to peel it back when you're too much than to be not saturated and just to have an ultimately dull piece at the end. But yeah, that's like my main observations. I think form and anatomy is something that could also be worked out, because I think everything else, like your ideas and your compositions, are really strong, and your inking, your line work's really good. That's probably from the what's her name? What's their name? Ilya Kushnov. Yeah. That's probably from looking at them a lot. Like the Pikachu line work is like impeccable. It's super cute, and like your line weight is distributed in all the nice places. So if you can just apply these really nice lines to some pretty nice, some nice strong colors, your stuff will just go to the moon. That's it from me. Potato, Charmii.
No, okay. I've compiled my thoughts. So the only couple things I was gonna mention was, be careful with how soft you render. I know the airbrush it can be a very powerful tool, but it could also be the bane of your very existence. You lose a ton of form when you overly use the soft airbrush, like for example in the Asuka. Yeah, there's like, you can see there's form, but you could really push that by sharpening it up a bit. And I'm not saying create like this super hard contrast and then then you have like something that's extra soft. No, there's a delicate balance there. So just be careful when you are putting in your shadows, because even looking at Ilya's stuff, even though they may have like subtleties like this, there is control, and the forms are still readable within those subtleties. Like, I'm sure you've seen plenty of their work, and you've seen their more like low ambient pieces. Even though they're like dimly lit, they still pop. And going back to your Miku piece really quick, Calvin did mention about the color. I do agree to be don't be afraid to explore that a bit more. But also, your line work is gorgeous, but I think it's too thick for the painting or the style that you want to emulate in your work. I think what's happening, at least for me, is I'm fighting between wanting to appreciate the line art, but then also wanting to see the render, and I'm going back and forth, and I'm like, I don't know where I should focus. And like, if you're doing a using your line art as a base and a support, your rendering should be able to shine through with that. And at least just in this one, and maybe I'm not gonna say the Pikachu one. I think it's just mostly this one for me that I was just fighting, trying to find that balance. And literally, like, art brain aside, just as a viewer, if I'm scrolling, I would probably scroll past it, because as Calvin and Jimbo had mentioned just earlier in stream, you have literally a nanosecond to capture somebody's attention, especially on social media, and it's so hard to do because everyone's so short brain nowadays. And the thing that typically will capture people's eyes are contrast, color, pretty faces, or like some crazy perspective, right? I'm not saying those are the only things, but just experiencing that, those are the things that I've noticed. So that's something that I would just keep in mind moving forward. Find that delicate balance with using your lines as a support to doing that semi-realistic rendering that you are aiming for. And yeah, don't be afraid for that color. Like, amp that shit up. Amp it up. Those super pretty blues that Miku got, yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And we're just on time on this one. I do want. Wait, what? Well, Calvin was watching that shit for the last 3 minutes, huh?
No, It's because when you're like, I agree with all of that. Like, but it was so flat that I don't even know if you were there. You know, just like, yeah, sure, yeah, everything she said.
No. I wanted to add on actually. I agree with everything that you're saying. And to prove that I was listening. I was listening. Yeah, I agree with Charmii about the line work. I feel like the line work and the rendering are kind of fighting each other. I think that as strong as I feel like the presence of your line work is in your work, it works for some pieces but not others. It works for the Pikachu one because that's how we see Pikachu. That's how we've always seen Pikachu. Line work. We've seen Hatsune Miku in more delicate line work, and that's how we are used to seeing her because of the kind of anime that she's usually in. And I think that the more rounded shapes that do not really consider her anatomy, which by the way, anime actually has pretty good anatomy. Like it is a simplification of anatomy, but I think anime artists actually have more understanding of anatomy than the regular artist.
I'd agree.
True.
Yeah, 100%. I think that it's really just the face where all that kind of goes out the window because they have the heads of like infantile alien people. But like there are certain things that I feel like could be emphasized here, and certain other things that could be de-emphasized here. For example, the line work here, I think you can play around with it a little bit. It's bold. Not that bold line work isn't good, but you have to know where to be bold with your line work. A lot of this line work is bold where it doesn't need to be. For example, there are these lines that are going down the shirt here and also emphasized around the collar. Some of these are also painted on top of, and it's kind of creating this very novice understanding of lighting, where it's like, okay, well, there are certain areas here where it could cut in a little bit more in terms of the cast shadow. There are certain ways that the lighting doesn't really make sense when it comes to creating lines like this. Understand how lines are supposed to be. Lines are the basis for shadow. Like, let that sink in. Like, lines are the basis for shadow. So when you are using heavier line weight, that's where shadow should be harshest. Even when it comes to like things like this, where like little parts of like the armpit area where that the muscles, the chest muscles go into the deltoid, right? You don't exactly need to put such harsh lines here because we're not trying to pay attention to our armpits. Not in this particular picture, at least. So just make sure that you're considering your line work and your line weights when you're working in this. Also, expressions are a huge thing. And there is a syncopation here. Like it's like not like they don't really work together. Like the overall mood that you're trying to set, which is this kind of magical golden hour piece with what Twilight is actually just manifesting itself, and her expression. So her expression at the moment seems a little confused, and she is cross-eyed in this picture. So like you have to be careful with what you're trying to convey, because I'm just as confused as she is on where this is supposed to where this is supposed to how this is supposed to make me feel. Make sure that little things like that are clear, right? If she's gonna look this way, if she's gonna have this kind of confused expression, I need to know why. I need to know exactly. It should be narrative storytelling. It should be visual storytelling, and I think that there's a part of that here that is being lost. Focus more on the eyes. I think the eyes actually, for Hatsune Miku at least, they are a huge part of her personality, and not only that, but in anime overall, the eyes are the thing that you should focus the most on when it comes to finishing. So the fact that you have all of these light areas in the hair, and the hair has such a vast place on the value scale in your piece, right? Like you have these dark blues that almost go to black, and then you have these really light lights that almost go to white, but the eyes are occupying such a small chunk of that value scale. Like you can go dark as dark with the eyes because they are reflective, right? So the reflective things are the most high value contrast things in any piece. So you could actually put the highlights here as well and make that really, really pop. And, you know, don't be afraid to put other colors in the eyes too. In fact, some of the most like beautiful anime eyes are some of the ones that Calvin actually talks about. I don't remember which artist in particular, Calvin, but it was an artist that like literally just does really, really nice eyes with like these cool textures in it and all these little bits and pieces of like colors and like this graininess to it. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
I remember.
Okay,
Mm.
anyways.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, hold on.
No, you're good. You're
I mean,
good.
you
I'm putting you on the spot. I'm putting you on the spot. But like, you know, just I guess moral of the story, like pay attention to the eyes and understand that you know, your line work can also be supportive. It doesn't have to be in its own thing, almost like a coloring book before you color. It should also support your painting if you're planning to paint and render. So let those things kind of like sit with you and like understand that you know, like your line work and painting can go together. It doesn't have to be one or the other. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here, because like if your influence, one of the biggest influences is Ilya Kushtinov, I can understand why that is happening, because Ilya is an inker, really. Like they work in stark values, and some of this stuff can even be like considered like mildly cel shaded, if not like, you know, just very barely painting, because their style is meant to be super clean. When you start painting on top of that, that's where you see why they don't paint, because these two things can clash. So just be careful with how you implement that, because it's not impossible. It just requires a different approach. I actually really like the line work. Like this kind of line work here is much more successful to me, because you are putting into consideration which lines are more important. Like the lines in the wool sweater vest here are much less important than the lines that are, for example, in the seams, or maybe even some of the wrinkles, the silhouette even. These lines are much more important because they tell us where this body ends, where this body exists in this space. Whereas the lines that are on the sweater vest are merely there to, you know, amp up and kind of give us more information that is not completely necessary, but is nice to have. So in treating the line work with these values versus the line work over here, which has this value, and then also where you're allowing the line work to play center stage, this is much better in terms of, it's much more successful to me than, say, the Hatsune Miku one. And I can also see the Ilya influence in this here too, but same note applies. I think there's certain areas I feel like can be paid more attention to. And I think all the notes I was talking about with Hatsune Miku can be applied to this. Anything else that you guys wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I just put the examples in chat. I think I found the artist you were talking about.
Okay, let's see it.
With the pretty eyes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They have like you know, it's like iridescent eyes, and they do a lot of like sparkly information.
Exactly this one. Yeah, so like even though it's like painterly and like it's got this nice little like graininess to it, there's still it's still so beautiful, because like there is a simplistic nature to the line work that they're employing, but also there's a painterly aspect to it too, where they're almost like using pastels. It's so beautiful. Let me see the other one as well. Yeah, these too. Like, look at all the colors that are in this small, tiny area, as opposed to just all this other stuff. I think that contrast of color concentration here is what makes it so alluring.
Can I just add an artist for
go for
them as well?
Yeah.
Another one you might like is Mika Picasso. They are insane, and I think that you could really benefit from their work as well, and how they handle lines.
Oh, I found a new artist now. Yeah, yoink.
I love Mika's work. It's insane.
Amazing stuff. All right.
Yorayama is nice too.
Yeah. Good work from Yoma. Good stuff. Clap. Let me put on the applause for you as well.
Clap.
I wish I never put on the applause so I don't have to keep doing it.
It is yourself, Jimbo. Yeah, exactly. This is your fault.
It's okay. We only have a few more left. All right.
2 left? 3 left?
3, I think. We got 3 left. And
Oh
I'll
yeah, because
pull
one
these up.
we
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hang on. Let me pull this stuff up first. How long have we gone for so far?
About 3:47, 3 hours
Almost
47
4
minutes.
hours in. Dude, I was like, yeah, we can get this done in 2 hours and 10 minutes. Remember when I said that?
That was
Fuck me,
hilarious.
dude.
Yeah,
That's
smile.
fucking funny, dude. I'm such a
ain't no way.
comedian.
I mean, I was expecting longer, so we're almost done. We're at
I
almost
was
4. That's
too.
pretty sick.
Yeah. All right, here we are. Hang on. I pulled it up with the there we go. And this one is V's portfolio. Let me go and reset the timer here, and let's get
V.
Okay.
Here's the message link, and here's what V is saying. We start the timer now. All right. I like the look of a cloudy ethereal design similar to Chris Angel, Kai Tran, and Jimbo. Gray/low values, but have colors that help brighten up the piece. I like duller and saturated colors in my pieces, but not a whole lot of grays. I want to experiment with grays more. I also do some graphic designs for logos, though I don't enjoy them as much as I do with creating paintings of either characters or landscapes. I want to work for a Game Freak to create better landscape bases for them, since the recent games are very lacking in what they provide as landscape. I'm pretty sure they're referring to like the Pokemon games and stuff.
The flat terrain ass
Yep.
Pokemons.
With, like the repeated textures.
Yeah.
If a landscape is poor, then it can remove the person from the immersive world that they're trying to create. I would also like to sell my art online and do commissions, but I know that landscape commissions are few and far between. So I'm learning how to draw characters thanks to Jimbo prompts. You're welcome. Strengths: mapping out the piece with a line/perspective grid to give a solid foundation where I can understand the depth of the piece. Values on a specific object makes a clear understanding of the piece. When it comes to distance, though, that value is harder for me to map out in my head. Weakness: I know that since I want to work for Pokemon, I should have more pieces that focus on that universe, also stretching my camera angles. Focusing on my sketch lines too much, though, with Jimbo's suggestion, I did correct some line works on other pieces. What are some good avenues to post my art to gain commissions, either character or landscape based? They also added on to that. I do got one post for the Pokemon logos posts under all posts. If you could please check those out. I would have put it under the portfolio, but website thought it was AI, so yay, boo.
No.
Very interesting. Okay, so I can pull those up under all posts. So some of these over here. Oh, right here.
Oh.
These color studies.
Oh, okay,
what they're
okay,
talking
okay,
about.
okay.
But yeah. Wait, the Pokemon logos post. So these ones, I guess. These are the logos, I suppose. Cool. So let's go and take a look at the portfolio first. Yeah, it was Syndical.
That's cute. Super cute. Lovely. Let me compile my thoughts. Jimbo, how would you like to go first for once?
Whoa!
Jesus, dude, you burned me with that potato, dude. I got a first degree burn, dude. Holy, I wasn't ready for that. Just fucking pitched it. Well, first off, I think that I've actually looked at V's portfolio before, and this was way back in May. But things I said were that their fundamentals when it comes to like form and understanding of value is actually pretty good. They did this like 50 objects study for one of my prompts, and I think that their understanding of light and shadow, although it could be mastered a little bit more, I think that them putting in this amount of work and also us being able to see exactly what these are according to this kind of central lighting is it's quite nice. I think that their understanding of lighting is good, but it kind of falls apart when we start to go to color. So when we have pieces like this where it's more atmospheric, there's like a more things to consider than just like a one object or one light source. It can get kind of hard to discern what should be in the dark and what should be in light. And to this, I say, you don't have to follow. You don't have to follow exactly realism like in these. You can actually realism can take a backseat for how you want to compose a scene. You can lighten certain areas and darken certain areas, and make it so that they are layered. So, for example, if you know that you want these houses to be lit from the inside, then the house itself, the facade, needs to be dark, right? And that's just kind of a no-brainer, right? So if you want there to be light to be coming out of those houses, that facade needs to be dark, then you have to ask yourself, okay, what's on top of that then? Then above that, you have this kind of nice little mountainscape. Then maybe make that light, because that now helps to push off against the dark facades in the front. Then what do we do about the rest of it? Okay, well, you've got these dark clouds in the back over here already, and maybe we move that behind the mountains so that we can understand that this is layered. We have the city in the front, or rather the village that's by the lakeside, and then you have that mountainscape that's lit up against the dark facade of the line of village houses, and then you have another darker, or maybe even like more grayish play of value back there, and you can use that as the clouds. A lot of this comes down to sandwiching a composition so that it's easier to read from afar. Right now what we have is, not only do we have very similar values from this mountainscape to the village, but they're also in the same color key, and that really muddles things. It makes it really difficult for me to see what's going on from place to place. And I can tell that that's something that actually goes on with a bunch of other stuff too. For this piece in particular, I also spoke about this piece before, but there's a lot of orange here. There's a lot of warm values here, or warm values, warm hues, whatever. And it's all melding together. So just be careful about how you work out these changes in value and use them to your advantage. Rule of cool and clarity actually rule over a lot of fundamentals when it comes to creating an illustration, because if you don't have clarity, people won't be able to see what you're doing, no matter how good your anatomy is, no matter how good your understanding of perspective is. Rule of cool is for people to actually look at your piece and actually sit and look at your piece. So you have the rule of cool in certain areas, but it's just really difficult to now see all that and appreciate it when the composition is not being considered, right? So I would say stuff like that. I think that doing studies like this is actually the way to go. I think that when I first reviewed all this book back in May, these studies weren't here. So these new studies are actually really nice to see, and I think that this is a step in the right direction when it comes to like value and understanding clarity. I've taken a lot of time already. If you guys want to take over, go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you I know you said you were concerned that, like, prints of, like, people aren't super interested in doing commissions of landscape stuff. You don't have to go in the direction of commissions. Not everyone's a commission artist, and it's not for everyone. So you can very easily, aggressively lean in the direction of doing the things you love. You love doing backgrounds. So I would say you should, like, just hard focus that. Like, and you can honestly do, like, forms so well. Like, you have this picture of all the unknowns and the bird. What's that? I don't remember that bird's name. That weird bird Pokemon, like, in the middle.
It's
like, this
Zatu.
is like the kind of
Same.
yeah, that one, yeah. This is the kind of shit people love. Like, you can definitely work in your environmental background stuff by having but then also having these little subtle, like, nerd touches. I'm saying nerd touches, but, like, because I've seen pieces just like this sell at cons, where it's like just a subtle thing where you're like, oh fuck, is that what I think it is? And then they get like that second look. It's the same thing you're doing with the one image with the big cloud, where you have like this very subtle story being told. Some people don't want like to hang up their very strong nerd stuff in their living room, right? But this kind of stuff that has these like little level of subtleties is like exactly what I think a lot of people actually go for when they're buying certain things, where they're just like, yeah, if you know, you know. It's like a real fan piece of artwork. You know what I mean? So like you can totally lean so heavily into these like kind of high concept background pieces, as long as you make sure that the people that you want to know about it know about it. I mean, maybe as you build up your audience, you can like while you're building up your audience, you can probably put it a little bit closer in their face, like this unknown piece. But as you develop and as you build people that are interested in your kind of more environmental touch to Pokemon, you can get more high concept, like the one with the Pokemon Village and like the cloud and stuff. Do you know what I mean? So don't feel like you're pressured to doing a kind of art style that you're not comfortable doing just because you're hoping to get people to like, pay you to do art. Being an artist is not all about commissions. Most artists don't even want to fucking touch a commission.
Me.
Yeah, me too. But I'm slave to it, dude. It sucks. So like you have to like you can totally really push like the thing that you love, the style that you like, without forcing some garbage that you don't want to do. Art galleries are also an option. Yeah, exactly. You can put it up and be like, here's my Pokemon exhibit, which will directly cater to the fans of Pokemon. They'll go there and be like, oh fuck, and then they'll find exactly what they want. So yeah, I guess also a lot of what Jimbo said, clarity is a huge thing in this instance as well. So if you really want people to focus on what you want them to focus on, it's definitely important to make sure you point the viewer in the direction of the exact thing you want them to look at. And I guess work more, I guess, on rendering and less line work. I can tell you're more of a nature artist, because when you get into the buildings, it becomes a little static. And you're relying on your lines to sell the objects that you're trying to paint. But when I look at your object study, you clearly don't need those lines. You can clearly really, sell that. So yeah, that's mainly what I have to say. I guess focus on your environments and how your environment is giving life to your pieces too. Like you're picking the exact color of certain things, like green rooftops, brown ground, but think about what color would a ground that's brown be if it's getting touched by like blue skylight. Do you know what I mean? Like not everything's going to be the color of what it is. It's usually going to be a blend of colors that are interacting from other colors, etc. So yeah.
Yep.
Charmii. Tater.
Tater. It's cold now. I don't want it.
What do you mean?
I've got another one on the oven.
You got another one? There's really not too much for me to add in addition to what Jimbo and Calvin just said, because I mean they really made some solid points about your work. I guess my only thing is, I know you said that your weakness, or one of your weaknesses, is that not having enough of the Pokemane's works in your portfolio. I guess to that I would say, if that's something that like an avenue that you really want to go down, I would you could do one or two things. You could either create you could literally create your own Pokemon, like concepting them and then putting them into that world, or doing works that seem like that could also fit for Pokemon, and like creating like a small project for yourself. So when you do reach that point where you want to start reaching out to people or get people to notice that type of stuff, they have a very clear idea of like, oh yeah, this person wants to do this type of work for this IP, because I guess I empathize with that a bit. There are things that I want to do and directions I want to go, but that also doesn't reflect in my work. I have some stuff that is akin, maybe, but then I'm also fighting the battle of having to be freelance, so doing cons and also running, eventually running a shop. So it's like I also have to remember, oh yeah, I have to cater to an audience that is going to sustain my life while I work on this other thing that I also want to do. So yeah, just doing like mini projects like that and putting them in a body of work, I think could be very helpful for you.
Yep, very much agreed.
That's all.
Calvin, you gonna laugh this time too? I swear I was paying attention.
He's on.
No.
Oh.
He doesn't even know what I asked. He's doing the same thing.
No, I know what you asked. You said, "Am I not gonna laugh this time?" I didn't laugh. I had to unmute. I was like, "Oh."
All right, clap.
I was
Amazing stuff.
Clap.
Good stuff. Clap. Good stuff from V. I think that I feel like a lot of the things that were brought up are going to be very helpful in your, I guess in the way that you want to portray like your landscapes and stuff like that. And yeah, I just feel like there's so much that you can digest from what was said here. Next. All right, we're on our last two people. I don't even know if Daft Draga, the person that asked me for them to go last, is even here right now.
Oh no.
But whatever. This one right here is Kaio's. And let me go and pull up what they said, and also give that to you. Here is their thing.
Yeah, damn.
I'm kind of sad that this is ending because like we're on our last one. Because like it's been a really good time having people on as like co-hosts or like people I can talk to on
while you get to watch.
Yeah, while I get to walk around and like not pay attention and then come back and pretend like I was. No, but I all that is to say, like, we should do this more often. I think that it's also enjoyable for the rest of the people that are watching. Like just seeing how we talk about art as people who work in the space instead of me just saying one thing and not having a response. It's nice. It's nice.
Have a good old time.
It's a grand old time. Here's what Kaio said though. Let me go reset the clock. Start it up, and Kaio's says, they want to tell a story without words, establish mood, capturing the essence of a character design or scene. I think I'm leaning towards stylized semi-realism. My top influence is Arcane, Spider-Verse, Valorant, Kung Fu Panda, TB Choi, many other media/artists. However, I am still unsure of my style. Character concept art, illustration, visual dev, and marketing art is their focus. But to be honest, I'm still not sure about my path. I'm thinking about working Riot, but the competition is very high. Maybe a small indie studio. Their strengths are color, lighting, composition, painting, and getting the main idea down. I'm not sure what else, but I love adding color and lighting to my stuff. It feels cinematic. Weak. Clean edges, dynamic poses, no set process, and other fundamental weak points I hope could be defined. Where should I head towards? Because I feel lost and stagnant at the moment. And they also have like a inspirations thing, so I can pull that up too.
Oh, I know some of these artists in here. Oh.
These are some other inspo. Okay. Without any further ado, go ham.
I would say, while your stuff is gorgeous, like your colors and your understanding of just like, I don't know, information that you want to sell, textures, all that stuff is so good. I do think the immediate thing that jars out to me is just composition. In your use of negative space, it feels like where there should be information, there's none. Like when I look at the picture of the fawn with the lady with the microphone and the two goats, you have this very nice focus, but then you have this it's almost like you force it to be this where you have all this like shadow and like blur on the outskirts of it, which makes me feel that the composition wasn't super well thought of, because I feel like you could have used this space. You could have made her bigger. You could have made maybe the goat coming from the foreground, you know, to like really push that area. But now it's just an empty void that I don't get any pleasure looking at. You know what I mean? That sounds really fucking dark when I say it that way, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not, there's no information over there. There's nothing that's sending me back into the canvas. It's not like letting me, well, everything happening in the middle with the singer and the two goats is keeping me stimulated there. You have all this extra space that's not being utilized, you know? And it goes with the same thing with your first piece, the Space Puppy Lulu. You know, more negative space that's not particularly being utilized on the right and left, even though everything happening rock center in the middle is stellar. It's incredible. But how can you make them explore this even more than just the character in the front? So it's almost like you want to create these kind of League of Legends style splash art pieces without doing the main goal, which is to keep the composition flowing for the viewer. When you make them stop in the center of your piece, that's it. They're like sick, and then they move on. But when you tell a little bit of a story, I think you did a pretty good job on the Winter Hunter, even though it's kind of like a whip. I think that's like kind of in a good direction currently, because when you have like the bayonet or the hook little area on the scythe, it immediately loops back into the canvas, but also you have that little dead orc thing there on the right too. So not only do you get sent off by the tip of the gun, the hook wraps you downward towards back to the piece, but you get to look at something on the way. And then I guess what's happening on the right, which could have been maybe improved, is you can maybe push the bullet more to the left and have that smoke trail from the bullet be the thing that ropes you back in from the left side. So you can have that kind of you can just keep like doing that. That's the kind of things that's missing from the first two pieces. I think they're there, but you're just the way you're doing it is not using everything that's all the space that's provided. So I think just that, like a little bit of work with composition. Obviously your renders could be a lot tighter. But I think the further I go back, it's probably getting towards your older stuff where you've probably definitely have improved since. But yeah, that's I guess the first things I really noticed. Everything else is pretty damn solid, and it's probably going to work out as you just keep getting work done.
I would agree. Oh, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
Oh.
What?
No, I didn't say.
Go for
it. I don't want to interrupt, so I'm like waiting. Social cues. Oh man, I gotta find new filler words then. As far as your points about your weaknesses being, having sharper edges, posing in the process, you almost answered your own question within the statement that you made. You know that those are fundamental weak points, and I think that's important for artists to know is what they're weak at. Or I hate even saying that, but just areas that you can improve on. And just going through your portfolio and just really taking the time to just look at each piece and kind of just try to pick out those points within each of those pieces. I do see what you're talking about, and I think Calvin made a very strong point regarding the use of space within your compositions, where they may sometimes lose the viewer in the journey, because you may be caught on to one thing and then there's some areas of rest that don't quite bring it back to your focal points. And when I just mean areas of rest, it just means areas of either less detail or just gaps or improper use of negative space that could actually strengthen your illustrations. One of the things I could say, when it comes to your process, just take mental notes, or even if you have to have and this was something that I was also suggested regarding like a pencil and paper or pen and paper, whatever, and just take notes of things that you know that you do relatively quickly, and then take notes of things where you begin to slow down, and make note of like what part of the process is that, and like, is it the sketching phase, is it the initial lay-in, is it rendering, we all know, takes for fucking ever, so making keynotes about that, because your process is you want it to be something that's brainless, right? You want it to be fluid, and when you get hung up in the early stages, sometimes it makes the entire creative process a bit frustrating, and then it feels like it slows you down, and then you're worried about speed, and then all of a sudden you're like, I spent way too much time in this specific area. So to improve that is just look at the things that you do quickly and then write that down. Look at the things that you do a little bit more slowly, write that down, and then keep note of that every single time that you make a piece, because when you start to become more conscious of it, you can remedy it almost within that moment. And two, sometimes it's not always just the process itself. Sometimes it's just the subject matter. Sometimes it's something that you're not quite familiar with doing. Like dynamic posing is one of the more difficult things, I think, to execute, because you're dealing with everything. You're dealing with composition, you're dealing with foreshortening, you're also dealing with anatomy. How do things bend? How do you convey a sense of depth without it feeling too stiff or rigid? So I remember one of the things, actually I'm going to quote Ergo Josh here. One of the things that he had said is, do the poses that you are comfortable with, and then build from there. Because when you try to tackle something that's almost the complete opposite of what you are relatively comfortable in doing, it's almost jarring. It's really intimidating, and then you find yourself getting frustrated because you're like, well, damn, how am I gonna, do this thing? So, build your way up to those more dynamic poses, and then start forcing perspective as you build on your fundamentals.
Yeah, all agreed. Yeah. I think all the notes that were said, I think they're all very good notes, and it's like very, I want to say nitpicky, because in a good way, because I think Kaios is already in a place where they are so close to getting to where they want to get to that we find the need to be a little bit.
It's hella nitpicky.
Yeah, we find the need to be a little bit more harsh on their work, because that's what's gonna be the make or break, right, for what they want to get into. And we don't want to pull any punches back, because that's only gonna stifle, and that's not the point of a portfolio review. It's so that you can get the information you need to get from our viewpoint as artists. And I think that the points about leading the eye around the composition, if you want to do leak splash art, study that. How do we get sucked up into this vortex? Even in this piece, there's a lot of a good movement going on the right side. Over here I get enraptured, but when my eyes go off here, this is dead up here. I need something to loop this back, and that could be anything. It could be circling vultures, it could be clouds, even maybe both. Maybe it's the way that these woods curl back into the rest of the canopy over here, because the woods here are gnarled and strange. What is it about this environment that is going to help you tell the story and allow it to allow you to use that as an excuse to support the composition. Ask yourself that when you approach these, like even here, right? There's it's very static because this is almost a straight line across. Like it's a very slow flight, right, all the way up to the top.
Oh
of the
yeah,
canvas.
Mhm.
But it's such a box. It's like, I think what would be better here is if she actually looked down and this goat was a little smaller. Also, that makes the goats much more cute, and like cute and creepy is what they're going for here, right? Like this demonic goat singing like a hell song. But I think it'd like very much be emphasized if this little goat was just that, a little goat, and then these two goats were a little bit smaller, and you have this, you know, bigger figure in the middle that anchors everything down, allowing that that circle to like really permeate, and allowing this little information down here to be cycled down into. Because right now I'm barely even getting this. Like I had to look so far.
Didn't notice that for a while,
Yep.
like for like the most time looking at the piece.
Yeah, and it's like this is a human sacrifice happening here. Like we should pay more attention to this. Like so, I think that making this goat a little smaller and allowing us to like really have this nice circular, like this elliptical kind of thing happening, and maybe just a little tiny bit of what's going on in the back. I know this is some sort of cave, right? Or like it could be like swamp, but see, the fact that I have to question it like means that it wasn't effective enough. And maybe again you can use wicked woods back here. You could use like a little cavern, maybe a little lantern will tell us that this is indoors. Little subtle hints will make all the difference here. So you know, it's not that you're not good at what you do. Like in fact, there's so much that is good here that we actually need to give you these very concise notes for you to take your art to the next level. Dude, this Nova hat, holy shit! Did we even talk about that? That's crazy.
It's
like,
so cool.
It's like Ronnie the Witch, but like turned up to 11.
Yeah.
Crazy shit. Anyways, I think that's all the time we've got for Kaios. But clap, clap, clap. We're on to our last one.
Clamp.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I am so glad
Turn that off so fast.
No, it was at the end because I'm using a YouTube video. It's 25 seconds. I was at 24 seconds. What do you want me to do? You want me to play it again? Here. Clap, clap, clap. There you go. All right. Kaios got theirs. Cool. I'm gonna reset this, and we are on to our last one, which is Daft Draugr. Let me scroll up here. This is theirs. Give you guys the link.
I have so many little chat boxes with fucking peas in them because I was doing twisted chat and I'm trying to click around. It was just chat boxes full of peas.
Okay. Okay. Here we are. Let me go and click out of that. This is Daft Draugr's page. Go back to this. And this is what they've got to say. Last portfolio of the night. They said, Ayo, my name is Ash, or Daft Draugr. I would like to get better at visual storytelling and dynamics, and would love to do game art / concept art in the future. I love any advice on how to push my art further in that direction, maybe which pieces are more strong in those areas. I want to keep my work illustrative and painterly rather than going into more character sheet type work, though I'm not sure if that is beneficial to me. I currently work as a painting instructor with acrylics and oils, but have definitely favored digital since I first started 2 years ago. I would like to start merging my traditional and digital styles and get further into making physical works again. Doing an oil painting for Magic the Gathering would be the ultimate pipe dream. Yeah. That is their little description.
Hell yeah.
You go first.
Oh, that's
Charmii,
pretty.
or is it Panther?
Potato.
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 Fresh
Yeah.
hot.
Let's see. One thing. Well, okay. Something that I would say regarding. You were just talking about how you didn't really want to do character sheet type work. You don't necessarily need to. And I think there's this misconception when it comes to concept art, like you have to have a turnaround, you have to do this. But the thing is, it depends on what type of concept work you're doing. Like, are you doing ones for environments? Are you doing ones for props? Are you doing ones for characters? And they're very specific. So you don't particularly have to do that if that is not the route that you are looking to go. When it comes to, I guess, visual development, that's more of a blanket term, right? It doesn't just mean one singular thing. In that you have someone who handles lighting, you have someone who handles textures, and you have someone who does colors, the characters. It's all of that. All of that is visual development. So for you, as I'm looking through your work, I'm getting these nice like dark fantasy vibes, right? And then Jimbo, can you actually scroll down a bit?
Yep.
I wanted to see yeah, see, oh my god, that's so cool, so cool. Okay, this is also giving oh my god, what is that character from what is her name? Sylvanas? Is that her name?
Oh, I think I know. Yeah, Sylvanas.
You know,
from,
yeah.
WoW. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I was like, what is her name? Your work, at least screams to me, this realm, this type of fantasy. And if you're gonna do something that is more story driven, I would even recommend checking out a lot of the Magic the Gathering artists. There's so much that happens in those pieces that's insane. Like, I'm not, and I say specifically them because it feels like that is more geared towards the direction that you're going, rather than looking at splash art from Riot per se. Though they have a ton of stuff that could absolutely help you, I think the way that MTG artists handle things as opposed to Riot is a little bit different. And you would get more benefit out of that. When it comes to doing painterly things, so that middle serpent, so yeah, she's a snake woman. I think her. Yeah. Be very careful about how you're handling your midground, foreground, and background here. I see exactly what you're trying to do to keep the attention on to this character, but what I would be careful of is when you are choosing your focal points. For the example, the rocks in the foreground, perfect, they're blurred out, but it's taking, like, that's where my eyes go first, because in contrast to your character, that is much brighter. It's subtle, but that's where my eyes go first, and typically things that are closer to you are going to be a bit darker. And then you keep that same render throughout the entire background, so it almost feels like she's kind of just plastered in there rather than actually being a part of this environment. And you lose some of that midground, and then when you go to the background, it's just as blurry as the foreground a bit. So my eyes are trying to be like, where do I want to go? I see that there's this character here, but I lose the journey, and that can kind of take you out of your immersion in a piece. And you want to keep the viewer's eyes for as long as possible, and to be able to look more around your piece and find new things. Like, oh, I didn't see that, and oh, look at that over there. And subtlety in this instance, I think, could also be your best friend. And what else did you say I wanted to touch on? This one we're doing traditional. Okay, so your traditional styles, and probably Jimbo actually might be better suited for that, but because I know that he also has traditional background painting, it's almost a direct transition from that to digital. The only thing you're doing in digital is just learning the tools. Whereas if somebody were to start digitally but had no traditional painting, I think there is a different learning curve for that. So you could potentially play. I think this is where brushes could be in your benefit, playing with those textures that would simulate a painter's brush. But the process of how you start would be no different than how you would do it digitally. I think honestly that's that's what I wanted to say.
Okay. I was gonna say that you might be falling for like a little bit of a digital art trap. And I think you have a lot of fancy bells and whistles, right? Like you have the ability to do like Gaussian blurred and glowing and all kinds of stuff to like really, I guess make certain elements of your pieces pop. I look at the very top piece, the top left of like the very bright elf girl. All I feel is not your painting ability. I just feel the buckets and buckets of like aftertouch effects you've added to it, which kind of distracts, in my opinion, away from like your raw skill. Because clearly you know how to do these same exact things with your traditional painting background. I think you can probably still emulate that same effect without any of this stuff, and it will make your pieces just that much better. I would also say maybe start painting digitally with maybe a harder brush instead of using maybe blending brushes. All of your stuff has like a lot of like muddiness to it and a lot of blurring, and it's kind of, you're losing textures. Like you're losing like a variety of textures when it comes to like the nuances of like a face or from body part to body part. Like I feel like this snake lady, her body is rendered impeccably, but the way you rendered the snake part, I'm trying to find one where it's just the snake. The way you render the snake part is just it's just nowhere near as much attention to like detail and like maybe articulating the scales. None of it. Like you're not using the range of textures that you could really use to push any of this stuff. And even also down to using like the color black, you definitely know that using straight up black is like almost like a art crime. Unless you're aiming for a very, very particular aesthetic. I don't think you are. I think like there is aesthetic here, and that's kind of like a very dark, kind of gothic touch. But I think you can use other colors instead of black to articulate black. That can make your pieces feel a little bit more in the side of I guess pro, like in the pro direction of like playing with colors and stuff like that. Because like even when I look at like this dog, you have this really cool dog in like knight's armor. Like you painted the dog like impeccably. But then when you get to the armor, damn, that beep is distracting.
It is,
There's no dog on
Where's
wherever
the
you're
dog?
looking at. I think
Dog.
there's no dog. No, I'm sorry. I traveled to their Instagram. I'm all over the place.
Oh, I was like, what is he looking?
Okay. Let me stay on the portfolio then. Fuck the dog.
Don't actually.
Dog's awesome too. But anyway, all the other stuff I stand by, like the texture, the uses of textures, and then uses of blacks. You can still get this very dreary aesthetic without using like these pure dark black tones and browns and stuff like that. Like it's very like, I don't know, early 2010s gaming, where everything was brown. You can still sell that aesthetic without with using colors. Like you can use blues instead of blacks, you can use purples instead of blacks, you can use like maybe like a dark deep like desaturated reddish color to articulate your blacks, which is more like a brown. But like I would still definitely avoid that maybe more than anything else. But also what I mentioned, like avoid using all these fancy digital art things like glows and stuff like that. Like really try to challenge yourself and really try to find like how the things are going to interact with your own painting techniques. Because all the blur tool and the glow tool and the color dodge tool is going to do to your pieces at this current stage. I'm not saying don't use them ever, but I think right now it might be in your benefit to figure out how you would do it from your own head, and then maybe later on when you have a firmer grasp on how that stuff will make your pieces better, from already knowing how to do it, then you can kind of like experiment with it. Even on like the last piece at the very bottom, it looks like you're using a lot of like gradients to like really to force the aesthetic that you want instead of just knowing how to do that aesthetic. Does that make sense? But that's pretty much what I really noticed, because your ability is obviously there. It's just a couple of things where you're, I guess, holding yourself back a little bit because you're using the digital art medium a little bit as a crutch in your current development of understanding digital art. Just use your traditional painting skills into your digital art and then evolve from there. Even though I do know all the cool bells and whistles for digital art is really fucking cool. But yeah.
I think a good way to say it is like, it's the icing. It's the icing on top of the cake. You can't really make a cake out of icing. I think you need that foundational base there before you can use all these little effects to your advantage. I totally agree with that. That's actually not even something that I caught on to the first time I saw this portfolio. I was just like, oh yeah, this looks pretty good. I may have mentioned something about the darks as well. Yeah, I think that using all those like little things like this Gaussian blur in the front, without really having an express reason why you would do this, right? It really hurts the piece because you are now applying this very realistic photographic effect onto a painting. And I think that it creates a little bit of a cognitive dissonance because like now we're trying to understand this piece as a painting, but then like the looseness of how you're trying to convey the tail in its painterliness is not the way that you're conveying the front here. So the painting's internal logic is off, and like it throws us off because like we're now left to think like, okay, well, are you like in this the internal logic of this painting is the blurriness that we see in the front how we're supposed to take lack of detail, or is painterliness the way that we're supposed to take lack of detail? And because it's missing that logic, because something there doesn't make sense, that's how we get like detracted from it. Also similarly, like be very conservative with like the way that you use certain colors, like the way that you're kind of conveying these colors, like these darker reds here that are reflective, they are not really being supported by any light source that we should be understanding here. Like if there is some sort of a lantern or a fire that this very slick scaly tail is supposed to be bouncing off of, like we need to see some sort of support for that in the rocks too. And also like some of these environmental stuff back here too, like it really doesn't really capture the same mood that the interior is trying to capture. It's very how do I say this? It's very contrived in its framing. You in painting, you want framing to be almost incidental, a caught moment. Like you want it to be something that's almost something that happened naturally. Right here, she looks like she's posing for a magazine, and it doesn't really work with the character because if she's supposed to be someone who, like some sort of a cryptid, like something that lives out in the caves next to this forgotten shore, we don't want something to necessarily frame this character as if they were posing. Obviously they have a pose going on here, but like even down to the rocks making way for the knife, it feels very contrived. Stuff like that if you were to like maybe cut this cave in a way where it no longer fit the frame of her body so well and equidistant, it would work much better. Let's see. And you know, I said this before, but I'm gonna say it again. I think this is one of your stronger pieces, because it actually lacks a lot of the things that that we were telling you not to do, which is like the Gaussian blurs and you know the a lot of the effects. I think the effects here are really just limited to the glow, and I think because of that, because the rest of this was said by you and not by Photoshop or whatever program you choose to use, it makes it all the more powerful, because I feel like with the rendering of the feathers and the hair, we can tell you know what you're doing, and it's very satisfying to see it because you're allowing some of this stuff to fall off in the shadow, and you are telling us exactly what we need to see, and then the eyes here, these orbs, are drawing us in to, you know, the focal point. The details and the color here are also telling us what's important. So many of what's happening that's good here, you can replicate in your other works, to really help them give a sense of you know, identity and readability. But yeah, I think that's all that there is to be said.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
They said the things.
Things have been said, and the applause will now be given.
Clappy.
That was our last one. Holy shit, we made it through.
Oh,
thanks
shit. It
for-
only took 4.4 hours.
Holy
4.4
fuck.
hours. Okay.
Insane. 4.4? No, I think you got your decimals.
Well, maybe four flat, because it took you like 30 minutes for the intro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even without a drink prediction. Holy shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys for being here.
Of
Thanks for
course.
having us.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Holy shit.
Well,
How do you guys feel? How do you guys feel like after doing all that and you know, sitting here for this long? I'm sure you're tired.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. My butt feels hurt, but like, you know, I was chilling. I had a
That's
good time.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I learned
It
a
was
lot.
cool looking at all your people's work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's obvious why they hang out here.
Is it?
Yeah, because everyone has your kind of stank on it, like that, like dark
Stank
aesthetic.
on it. Damn.
No, that's a good way to describe it. The stink. It's got that like dark fantasy stink. A little bit of
Yeah.
you know, a little bit of that going on. Yeah, we should do this more often. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly this and not for this long every time, you know, but I should have you guys on more often is what I mean. Like, it can be for anything.
Of course.
Yeah.
Conversational stream. So it's so easy to do 4 hours like this. Holy shit.
It really
Yeah,
is.
you don't even have to read your own chat, Jimbo.
I don't,
Yeah.
dude. I really don't. I
Don't
mean,
have
not
to
that they're saying anything of note, but
Damn. You're right there.
Oh, they know. I say it in compassion. But yeah, thank you guys for all the crits. What are you guys gonna do now? What's in store for old Calvin and Charmii?
Take a piss. I don't even want to say I'm playing Street Fighter because of fucking Poncho in the chat.
Yeah, well, we all know that's happening already. So like,
No. I got work to do.
Research.
I'm a draw.
Yeah, dude. Work.
I gotta finish that jury piece.
Yeah, get to work.
Oh,
so you
yeah.
can get-
I did.
Reap all my followers.
Yoink. Them
Yoink.
shits is mine now.
That's why I keep telling you to do Elden Ring shit, dude. It's a
Oh yeah,
it's a
so I
culture
get, like,
trait.
7 likes. Why is my Street Fighter artist drawing Elden Ring shit? Get him out of here.
You should do like a, I don't know, like one of those like character design mashups where it's like a Street Fighter character, but also like, dude, Marissa is ripe for an Elden Ring interpretation.
Oh
Honestly,
damn, she doesn't
though,
even
she
need
really
a
is.
helmet.
Yeah, it's already there. She's literally part of the royal family with her red hair.
Yeah, dude. Just give her some of that what's it called again? Whoever Margit got. That stank.
That stick. God, everything
Make
stinks,
them all
dude.
make her hairy and stuff or something.
Ooh, hairy. Why she gotta be hairy? What? What? Wow.
Now I want to put her in a mech suit. I'm so hyped for Armored Core. That's all I'm worried thinking about.
Oh shit, dude! Armored
Mech
Core's
Marissa.
new gameplay looks
Gameplay?
so good.
Damn.
Does look good.
I'll watch that right now. Again.
I bet
Again?
you when Armored Core actually comes out, there's gonna be like fan art of like very
I drawn
feminine
a
mechs.
fucking mech.
Yeah,
Feminine mechs?
Yeah,
Fucking
very
Optimus titties?
yeah, exactly. It's kind of like how they made like a female version of like Gundam like RX-78 or whatever, and it's
I
like
don't
in
know
like
about
a schoolgirl uniform.
What?
I'm surprised you don't know about this as like a pinup artist.
I might.
It's actually
but,
hilarious, but I bet you that's gonna happen.
I found her. Oh, fuck. It's censored. Wait.
Yeah, it's pretty
shouldn't be
crazy.
here.
All right, well, I'll leave you guys to your own devices.
Release us?
Yeah, release you from
Free
this.
us!
blood oath.
Free! I can get food. I can clean up myself now.
I'm so
All
sorry
this everything,
for doing this to you.
you know.
Um,
That's
yeah.
great.
On the schedule.
it's on the
Exactly. It's part of the
on the schedule.
script. You know?
Yep.
Good time. It's a
All
good
right.
time. We'll do it again for
yeah,
sure.
we'll do it
Thank
again
you,
for sure.
Jimbo.
Yes,
All
thanks
right.
everyone.
Bye, chat. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, people. We're jetting out of here, okay? It's 1:47 a.m. I'm so glad I'm done with these freaking portfolios. Holy shit. It's been in the back of my mind for a month. I hope you guys are grateful. I hope you guys got a lot from this. And, you know, I even felt like I was learning when I was hearing other people speak. It was very enjoyable for me, actually, having people on and just talking about art. I know that as streamers, we try to, like, be the hee-hee-hoo-hoo fucking comedians all the time, but it's actually really nice to sit around and, you know, actually hear people impart their artistic values onto stuff. I'm sure that it's enjoyable for you too. All right, where are we going though? I have no idea. Maybe we'll go. Okay, we'll look who I'm following. Maybe we'll look. Did we go to Poku? Maybe we go to Poku today. Let's go to Poku. Yeah, you guys want to go to Poku? You guys want to go? We got Broken Sleep. We got Thea again. We've got who the fuck is Shillin? I don't think I remember following that person. Let's go to Poku. To sleep. Thank you guys for being here, especially for those of you that that submitted portfolios. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'm probably gonna dump and run when we go to Poku's, but go say hi to Poku from me, all right? And have a good rest of your night. I'm gonna give you guys new prompts Saturday. Be there. Hopefully by Saturday I'll have finished with my jury piece, or at least mostly finished. Oh man, Jimbo tomorrow is Saturday. Shut the fuck up. Get that person. I'm out. I'm dehydrated. No, I'm not drinking water.